Chapter 1444. The Three Realms was at peace. The war stopped. Today, more than 10 emperors participated in the war. Many of them were new emperors, but for some reason, the Three Realms was somewhat empty. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. That was the logic. The moment they walked out of the origin, old Zhang suddenly said, "Emperor Nan is dead, but we seem to have been tricked." The Divine Emperor took advantage of the situation and found out all of our trump cards, dividing the Three Realms. Now, the situation in the catacombs is unclear, and on our side, the morale is weak. The Divine Emperor is too strong, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse is too strong. Everyone didn't see it before, but they dared to fight. Now, do you still feel the same energy as before? Before, everyone did not understand how big the gap was. Now, the Divine Emperor fought against the 9 emperors at his peak. He was so powerful that it made people feel hopeless. Did the Three Realms still have the indomitable momentum from before? Fighting a war was about momentum. Even if the strength was weaker, if the momentum was strong enough, not afraid of death, and dared to fight, the enemy would also be worried that you would break one of their teeth. Now it might be a little weaker. Fang Ping did not care. As long as we are not discouraged, it's okay for others to be discouraged. He did not care too much. As for being tricked, Fang Ping laughed and said indifferently, "That's good. Actually, everything is clear. It's better. To be honest, Hong Kuan, Li Zhu, and the others are also unstable factors. It's best that they have all become emperors. Now, there are not many people in the Three Realms that we still need to be wary of. Sun God, Li Zhu, Spirit Emperor, West Emperor, it seems that there are only these 4, plus one more seed. The others could not come out. They were all staying in the origin." Fang Ping said lazily, "If there's a chance, we can kill Li Zhu or Spirit Emperor. Actually, we can make the Source Land more chaotic. If that doesn't work, we can kill Heavenly King Zhen and the others now. Actually, we can make the Source Land more chaotic." Old Zhang was speechless. "You are really something. Betraying your father." At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Did you forget something?" "Yes, I did." Old Zhang thought for a while and said faintly, "There are still a bunch of guys in 9th heaven. They haven't come down yet. Spirit Emperor seems to have gone to 9th heaven." Fang Ping looked up and sneered. He raised his head and shouted, "Spirit Emperor, please send them down. Thank you. Otherwise, they will get lost if they can't break 9th heaven." Old Zhang smiled and said, "Is this appropriate?" "Of course it's appropriate." Fang Ping had an indifferent look on his face as he said casually, "In this Three Realms, we call the shots now. Yang Shen, Emperor Shi, Emperor Ling, and Li Zhu. They all have tasks. The old turtle Yang Shen has never come out. In fact, I am the boss of the Three Realms. I'm the real boss now. No one can keep me in check. If Spirit Sovereign dares to cause trouble, I will go and kill her. You go and break the celestial source if she dares to disobey." Now that I think about it, it's actually quite good. These words were unbridled, incomparably ostentatious. In the 9 heavens, someone said coldly, "Don't be too presumptuous." Fang Ping raised his head and laughed. "I'm being presumptuous. What can you do about it? Don't provoke me at this time. I'm not in a good mood. Even if your strength is really close to that of a human emperor, it shouldn't be more than 100 million. I'm really not afraid of you. If you don't believe me, come and try. If I don't kill you, my surname isn't Fang. Don't think that you can be presumptuous with me just because you have a cat. I haven't looked for you for the matter of you wanting to make a move before. Go home and ask the Celestial Emperor if he should provoke me at this time." Fang Ping sneered. Then, he threw a punch. "Break the 9 heavens. Rumble." The 9 heavens shook. Fang Ping saw a beautiful figure standing near the huge celestial source. He said playfully, "Don't talk to me like that. If you continue talking nonsense, I will attack the 9 heavens right now. It's just as well." Previously I was discouraged. Now I'll do it again. Everyone's spirits are back. Spirit Sovereign looked at him coldly. Fang Ping's gaze became colder. What are you looking at? For the sake of the cat, I won't argue with you. Previously, I caused trouble a few times and forced old Zhang to reveal his strength. I didn't settle the score with you. Zhang Tao coughed softly. There was no need for Fang Ping to find trouble with Spirit Sovereign now. Was this kid looking for someone to vent his anger on? However, Fang Ping ignored him and said disdainfully, I don't have time to find someone to vent my anger on. I'm just unhappy with some people. Back then, I heard that someone was so crazy about protecting cats that he wanted to see them even when he was dying. I was even touched. But Motherf ****, I let the cat break through 9 and go up to the 9 heavens. Motherf ****, what was he trying to do? Fang Ping scolded. I didn't quite understand before, but now I understand. You broke through 9 and sent it to fill the pit? Sent it to your lover to fill the pit? You want to save your lover? What do you mean help her again after breaking 9? Your lover is so strong that even Qiong and Do dare not provoke you. What trouble do you have? There are people guarding the origin. Now that I think about it, wasn't it just to let the stupid cat speed up its cultivation and break through 9 quickly? There was not enough time. If the cat did not cultivate, how could it fill the pit? 10,000 years ago, when cats were raised, all the good stuff was given to the cat to eat. Was it really for the cat to eat? It was just to make the lazy cat stronger. It was a pity that the stupid cat did not understand. It was still happy in its heart. Big Fatty was so good to it. His niece did not give him good food, but he gave it all to it. A stupid cat is a stupid cat. Given to you, you eat and drink to your heart's content. Even if you don't cultivate, you'll still be stronger. You left behind a Spirit Emperor palace. Even when you die, you still want to scheme against me. Before you left, you gave a lot of origin energy. Luckily, old Zhang absorbed it. Otherwise, wouldn't this cat have broken 9 long ago? How could you not know that the cat became stronger just to fill the pit? Even so, you still let the cat eat more. Isn't that digging a pit for yourself? Fang Ping looked disdainful. Why are you looking at me? Why are you staring at me? Did I say something wrong? The one and only Empress. You don't say, she's quite ruthless. I'll send the cat to you later. Feed it more delicious food. Feed it more star stones, or else it won't be strong enough. Whoever doesn't feed it is a coward. Do you want to die? Boom. Just as Spirit Emperor's ruthless words left his mouth, Fang Ping suddenly charged up to 9th heaven. Old Zhang said he wanted to find someone to vent his anger on. Not to mention, he really had this intention. Unfortunately, Spirit Emperor and the cat were entangled. It was not convenient for him to take the initiative to attack. If you scold me, I'll hit you. I'll spare you twice. This time is one. If there's a chance next time, I'll beat you to death. Boom. 9th heaven. Old Wang and the others were stunned. Fang Ping suddenly charged up. It was really beyond their expectations. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures flickered in 9th heaven. The roar was endless. Boom. At this moment, Fang Ping slashed with his Changdao. Spirit Emperor slashed with her sword. The longsword pierced through Fang Ping's head, while the Changdao directly chopped off Spirit Emperor's neck. Fang Ping quickly retreated, disappearing into 9th heaven in the blink of an eye. He laughed loudly and said, Spare her once. Big Cat, your favor is gone. Lindsay, you still have one more favor. I'll spare her life later. The 3rd time, I'll kill her. 9th heaven. Spirit Emperor's head fell and suddenly exploded. Below, a bloody hole appeared on Fang Ping's head, but it disappeared in a flash and healed quickly. In the bloody hole, a crystal-clear bead was spinning. Spirit Emperor's sword did not pierce through the bead. Brain nucleus. The brain nucleus that formed its own world. Fang Ping was bragging when he said he would spare her life. However, under the circumstances where both of them had dealt a fatal blow, Spirit Emperor had suffered a great loss. Fang Ping's injuries were not light. If they continued to fight, no one would stop them. Spirit Emperor would definitely die. Of course, Fang Ping was probably not having a good time either. About 85 million. What are you being so arrogant for? I thought it was close to 100 million. Fang Ping muttered, a little disdainful. Yes, he was that arrogant. I thought you were powerful. That was all you could do even if you used all your strength. You were probably on par with North Emperor. Of course, you were considered powerful. You were not as powerful as Earthly Emperor and Human Emperor, but slightly more powerful than Beast Emperor, Emperor Shi, and Emperor Nan. Ninth Heaven. Spirit Emperor's exploded head recovered. Her expression was cold. She looked down and did not say anything. Below, Fang Ping did not look up. He raised his middle finger and looked at her in disdain. Come and hit me if you don't like it. So what if I bully you? Ask the Celestial Emperor to come out if you can. Other than the Celestial Emperor, would the Divine Emperor and the others care? Care my ass. As long as Fang Ping did not use the immortal source, these people would probably be happy for him to kill Spirit Emperor to avoid more trouble. Land of misery. Li Zhu stepped out of the sea. He looked over there, laughed, and dived into the sea again. West Imperial Palace. Emperor Shi shrugged. This guy doesn't care about women at all. How cruel. Celestial Pole could not help but mutter, she's already an old woman who's tens of thousands of years old. How old is Fang Ping? It would be strange if he likes her. Bang. Emperor Shi hammered his head, smashing Celestial Pole's head directly onto the chessboard. He scolded, Who are you calling old? Celestial Pole's head was full of chess marks. His face was dark. I'm also a person who's tens of thousands of years old. You old thing, you don't give me any face at all. You hit me just because you want to? If you knew this, you might as well be beaten to death by Fang Ping. Bang. Another punch. Emperor Shi scolded. Look at that look in your eyes. I can tell you're full of evil tricks. Can't you be a good person? You even want to sell your own father? Celestial Pole scolded secretly. He did not admit defeat verbally. Don't just be cruel to me. You're unrestrained now. Be careful that Fang Ping will come to you first. You're an unstable factor. If I don't kill you, who else will I kill? If I were you, I would destroy my Tao now and become a powerless weakling. Emperor Shi was stunned. After a while, he frowned and said, Don't say it. It's really possible. Spirit and Li Zhu are all pawns. Yang is an old tortoise. He's also very powerful. In this way, I'm the most dangerous and the most unstable. It's good that you know. Let me go now. I'll explain to you. Bang. Emperor Shi punched him until he saw stars. Emperor Shi snorted coldly. You? Are you worthy? Just stay here. I have many tricks up my sleeves. Why would I be afraid of Fang Ping? It's not worth it for him to cause trouble for me now. When there's time, when the three realms are one, why would I be afraid of him? As he said that, Emperor Shi added, But don't provoke him for no reason. He's at the end of his rope now. The three realms are watching him. It's hard for him to take others away when he's about to die. But if he takes me away, no one might care. Those bastards will probably be happy to watch the show. At the end of his rope? Heaven's Fate shook his head and said gloomily, I always thought he was at the end of his rope. But he's been like this since Spirit Emperor Palace. I haven't seen him at the end of his rope until now. Old man, seriously, why don't you invest in him and do him a favor? If he really makes a comeback, he'll have to settle the score. Heaven's Fate sighed. Before Spirit Emperor Palace, he was just a nobody. What about after that? How many people died? Emperor Nan, Dao Tree, Weapon Master, Fist God, Sky Chief, Lu Shan, King Sun, Fighting Heaven, Sky Plant, Sky Fate, Sky Sovereign, Azura, Staff Saint, Sense Breaker, Ji Yun. Heaven's Fate shook his head frantically. Forget it, he would stop counting. Anyway, the number of heavenly kings killed by Fong Ping could not be counted with two hands. His Heaven's Fate's ranking in the three realms was also rising. It was not that he was really that powerful, but that Fong Ping had killed too many people before him. "Oh right, Feng Yun is really earthly sovereign," Heaven's Fate said in surprise. "Why did he hide at his son's place for so many years? Also, if he didn't create a Feng Yun list, not many people would care about him. Why did he reveal his identity?" As soon as this was said, Emperor West frowned. Very quickly, he said hesitantly, "Protecting his son is one thing, directly intervening in the development of the three realms is another. There should be another purpose. Maybe he has a plan in the three realms. This old man is not that simple. He said he was not going to fight, but do you think he would give up? This old man is ruthless. Back then, he almost made a comeback. If that guy Jean didn't agree, the history of the three realms would be rewritten." As he said that, Emperor West narrowed his eyes. "Guard against this guy. Isn't there still a vitality seed that hasn't been exposed? Maybe it's him." "Oh right." Emperor West thought for a while and said, "The Feng Yun list is connected to the immortal source. Needless to say, the vitality seed is most likely his. But I think the vitality seed is not the key." "What do you mean?" Heaven's Fate did not understand. "It's what I mean on the surface. The vitality seed is just to fool people." Emperor West grinned. "Wait and see, there's a good show to watch. This guy Hong hasn't revealed all his trump cards. I suspect." "What?" Emperor West suddenly sealed heaven and earth, laughing. "I suspect Fong Ping is related to him. This old man, all these years in the three realms, it's impossible that he didn't do anything else. Fong Ping might be his doing." "What?" "He's not the only one." Emperor West grinned. "There are some things you don't know, but I know a little. The power of the three emperors. This guy has it. The three emperors had a good relationship with him back then. Previously, everyone guessed that it might be Dong Huang who did it. Actually, I don't think so. Would Dong Huang do this? He seems to have a good relationship with the three emperors, but he's not a fool in actual combat. In the early years, he was a little wary of him. Jean, on the other hand, likes to deal with the unruly Hong. Otherwise, why do you think Jean tried to persuade Hong back then? The heavenly court pointed an arrow at Hong because they didn't believe that the earthly sovereign would actually disagree with him. According to Jean's thinking, Hong would definitely support him. So complicated? Heaven's Fate said in surprise, "Why didn't I know that these two people have a good relationship?" "What do you know?" Emperor West laughed. "Others might not know, but I, your father, found out by accident. Let's put it this way, it's not the three emperors, it's actually the four emperors." Emperor West grinned. This guy actually has the best relationship with Hong. Later on, the four emperors all had some connection with him. 8,000 years ago, Hong tricked Do, but I feel that Do might have fallen into the trap of his own accord. In any case, I've always suspected that Do and Hong had secret dealings and backup plans. Emperor West analyzed and said unhurriedly, "Among the experts of the three realms now, Do, Hong, and Kuan are considered a group. Qiong, Xian, and Beast are considered a group. Beast and Xian, these two idiots, can only follow behind Qiong. Celestial Emperor, Ling, and Heavenly Hound are actually a group. Sun Deity and Zhen are considered a group. Hao, Ji, and Qin Fengqing are considered a group. As for Scholar and Creation, they don't have any factions, they're just working together." "What about you?" Heaven's Fate looked at his father and was a little curious. "Who were you working with?" Emperor West grinned. "I was in Qiong's group, with Beast, Desolate, and Xian. Didn't I trick Desolate to death and become a wandering emperor now?" Heaven's Fate was speechless. What the old man said made sense. "What about Fong Ping?" Speaking of which, he should be in the same group as Hong, but this guy is a sh*t stir. Don't care which side he's on, He'll turn hostile in the blink of an eye. He won't hold back when he kills. Emperor West chuckled. Anyway, from now on, I, your father, will rely on whichever side is more powerful. Opportunist? Wrong, opportunist doesn't sound good. Emperor West squinted. This is called adapting to circumstances. Don't you have any plans? Heaven's Fate frowned. Other people have plans. How did you end up like this? How did I end up like this? Emperor West was surprised. How did I end up like this? I've escaped. The only emperor in the 3 realms who escaped. How did I end up like this? Bang. Another punch, making Heaven's Fate dizzy. Emperor West was satisfied. Trouble comes from the mouth. Watch your words. Oh right, I still have to be wary of Fong Ping. You were right, this guy easily finds trouble with me, easily turns hostile. Heaven's Fate looked at him resentfully. I was right, yet you still hit me? I have an idea. Emperor West's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he looked at Heaven's Fate and said, in order to prevent trouble from happening, I have to make a statement. But I can't do it myself, it'll be easy for others to target me. In order to prove that I really have no intention of participating in all this, I have to show my sincerity. Heaven's Fate suddenly panicked. He stammered, Why are you looking at me? Hostage. Have you heard of it? Emperor West squinted. I have to send someone who's very important to me as a hostage to express my sincerity. This way, I can also explain to the other emperors. My family is unfortunate. My son is disobedient. I can't do anything about it. You want to, rumble. Heaven and earth shattered. In the next moment, Heaven's Fate was terrified. You old bastard who sold his son. Why aren't you beaten to death by Fong Ping? F***ck. At this moment, in front of the human world passage, Fong Ping frowned suddenly. In the next moment, Emperor West's voice was heard. This old man is old. I have no intention of participating in anything. Don't trouble me if there's nothing. My son is going to be sent to the humans as a hostage. If I participate, you guys will kill him. I only have this one son. I definitely won't do anything. I've been trapped for tens of thousands of years. I just want to be free for a period of time. Don't look for me. Son, stay in the human world. When the war is over, I'll come and get you. Fong Ping was stunned. Old Zhang was stunned. In the next moment, a figure screamed in horror, cursing wildly. No, you old bastard. I don't want to go to the human world. I want to go back. F***ck. Rumble. A deafening sound. Heaven's Fate crashed into the sea. He wanted to escape. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows slightly and stomped his feet. Heaven's Fate flew out with a bang, his face full of despair. I don't want to. The old bastard actually sold him out. This was too despicable. He really wanted to kill his way back to Western Palace now and kill that old bastard. Without waiting for Fong Ping to speak, Heaven's Fate said hurriedly, Fong Ping, I know where Western Palace is. The old bastard went back to show off. He even left 100 star stones. Let's go and rob him. There was a rumble. The void trembled. Emperor West's voice sounded again. Son, stay in the human world. Don't think about going home. I'll leave first. I've moved Western Palace into the sea. I won't appear until the sea is dried up. Heaven's Fate was stunned. He ran away? Just like that? Now, he did not know where Western Palace was. He could not go back even if he had a home. That damn old bastard. He actually threw him away as soon as he came back. Fong Ping and old Zhang were also a little dizzy. Emperor West, this guy was too speechless. He sold Heaven's Fate just like that? Hostage? Fong Ping was in a daze. Not to mention, he was still thinking that Emperor West was a little unstable. But now, he threw his son out and ran away. Did he really have to look for him? Looking at Heaven's Fate, Fong Ping asked suspiciously, Are you really Emperor West's son? Heaven's Fate looked desperate. He gritted his teeth and said, I might not be. The old bastard might have been cuckolded. Fong Ping was dumbfounded. Your son, you've turned my worldview upside down. His previously heavy mood suddenly lightened up. Fong Ping patted his shoulder heavily and chuckled. Not bad. You're a good seedling. There's hope for you to break 9 and prove your Tao. Work hard with me. I won't treat you badly. When you're successful and famous, go home and beat your father to death. Let him make up for you. It's just nice. You can take revenge and be free. Heaven's fate was sad and indignant. I don't want to. I just want to go home and hole up until the end of time. The 3 realms collapse and heaven and earth are rebuilt. Old Zhang also shook his head helplessly. He was not too wary of heaven's fate. It was too reassuring. Even if he brought him to earth, he would not be afraid of him causing trouble. This guy was afraid of death. Even if he was Emperor West's eyes and ears, he probably would not do anything stupid. At a critical moment, he might even betray Emperor West and run away. There was no other reason. He felt that it would be harder for Emperor West to die. Heaven's fate might think that if he deceived his father might not die. If he did not deceive his father, he would definitely die. Then he would still deceive his father. Yes, that was the impression. Anyway, that was what Fong Ping and old Zhang thought. At this time, Fong Ping was no longer as overbearing and unruly as when he was dealing with Spirit Emperor. He laughed and roared, "Big cat, it's time to go home and eat. Where are you still fooling around? Old Wang, are you guys coming back? If you don't come back, I'm going to seal Earth." After saying that, Fong Ping stepped into the void and stepped into the passageway. Heaven's fate wanted to run, but old Zhang glanced at him. Heaven's fate looked sorrowful. He sighed and felt bitter in his heart. My good days are gone forever. In the next moment, a figure shot over. A cat, holding a huge tail, said excitedly, "It's time to eat? How about we eat dragon tails tonight? I just went to pick up a tail. That fool Beast Emperor is still looking for a tail." Heaven's fate was stunned. Really? Why did it feel like none of these guys were normal? This cat had just disappeared for a while. No one knew where it went. Who knew that it would sneak back to the source and bring back Beast Emperor's tail? Fong Ping did not think much of it. He sneered and raised his middle finger. "Big cat, even if you picked up Beast Emperor's complete corpse, I won't be curious anymore." Fong Ping curled his lips. "Because someone wanted you to become stronger. Otherwise, you would have entered the source quietly and picked up the dragon tail? Someone opened the back door for you." Beast Emperor was probably sulking. He also knew that he could not get the dragon tail back. He had to be careful, lest he was killed and fed to the cat. There were many benefits to killing Beast Emperor. Freeing one person and making Big Cat stronger. What a good deal, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this time, there were probably people who were regretting that Fong Ping and the others did not kill Beast Emperor. Song Chun could not cultivate, but this cat, it was gluttonous. It could not help but eat. If an Emperor stage expert was eaten, he would at least become a lot stronger, right? Fong Ping sneered again. This cat used to say that it picked up a lot of divine weapons. He did not believe it. Now he really believed it. In the past, no one stopped it from stealing food from 9 emperors. Now, he completely understood. There are no good people in the 3 realms. Fong Ping laughed. There were no good people in the 3 realms. Whoever was good would be unlucky. Then he would be a bad guy through and through. He would beat them all to death later. Song Chun was a little confused. Heaven's fate glanced at this cat. Was this cat pretending to be stupid? He understood everything. Bang! A tail swept across his face. Heaven's fate was dizzy. Song Chun seemed to have hit it accidentally. He followed Fong Ping into the human world. This cat was not stupid. But if he could pick up delicious food, of course, he would eat it. Chapter 1445. Earth. Fong Ping had returned once again. Today's Earth was a little quiet. From the shock and excitement of the fall of the Emperor to this moment, the humans on Earth were a little pessimistic. The enemy was too powerful. A group of proven powerhouses could not do anything to the Emperor God even when they joined forces. The Emperor God was terrifyingly powerful. The Emperor God was only the third-ranked powerhouse. Above them were the Celestial Emperor and the Sun God. Zhang Tao went to appease the people and encourage them. He was afraid that humans would be in despair now. Once they were in despair, there would be many internal incidents. It was obviously a great victory for the Emperor. Zhang Tao did not want to make it a pessimistic defeat. Magic City. MCMAU, Southern Area Cemetery. Fang Ping sat in front of a grave, drinking wine, thinking about something, a little distracted. Beside him, a cat was holding a huge tail, a little expectant, as if waiting to be cooked. After an unknown amount of time, a person came. Old Manly threw a jar of wine over and laughed. You killed Emperor Nan, a real emperor. Why do I feel like you've lost a battle? Fang Ping laughed, opened the jar, took a sip, and laughed. It's nothing. I'm just here to look at these teachers and students. Teachers and students. The Southern Area's cemetery could no longer bury MCMAU's dead teachers and students. The cemetery had gone through a major expansion. At this moment, there was still an empty space, as if waiting for others to be buried. Fang Ping pointed to the empty space near the sea and laughed. If I die one day, bury me there. Look at the sea, face the sea, and feel the warm spring flowers bloom. Warm spring flowers bloom. Old Man Li's eyes reddened instantly. He recovered in the blink of an eye and chuckled. Good people don't live long, but bad people live for 1,000 years. You're only 21. I've calculated you can live for at least 979 years. Fang Ping laughed. He drank and leaned against the tombstone, dusted it off, leaned against the tombstone, and said lazily, living for a long time is actually tiring. Be careful, kid. Don't crush this old man's tombstone. Old Manly chuckled. He picked up the wine jar and poured some wine for a grave beside him. He chuckled and said, Old Huang, drink more. This is good wine. You've never tasted anything this good in your entire life. You're wasting good wine. Fang Ping scolded jokingly, Old Huang can't drink it anyway. Us living people should drink more. When we get back, we'll boil some to mix with water for him. You little brat, aren't you afraid that old Yellow will crawl out and cause trouble for you? That's great. Fang Ping laughed. He looked at Huang Jing's grave at the side and laughed again, a little absent-minded. Most of the tombs were empty. How many of them could leave corpses behind? Fang Ping drank the wine, enjoying the sea breeze. After a while, he said, Old man, actually, from the perspective of the sovereigns, the celestial emperors, and even the land realm, a portion of the human race's experts should be wiped out, right? Fang Ping mocked himself. Maybe in their eyes we're the selfish ones? He wiped out a portion of the human race, drew out the seeds, and filled up the pit of the source. The three realms were at peace, and everything was fine. In this way there would be true peace. As for the human race, it was just a small number of people dying. What was there to be surprised about? We, on the other hand, have killed countless people. Perhaps the number of people we have killed is more than the number of people who need to die. We are the main culprits who brought the three realms to destruction. Old Manly chuckled. That's true. The key is we are the human race, so there's no such logic. Your catacombs people are all dead, your sovereigns are all dead. What does that have to do with me? Brat, are you being stubborn? No. Fang Ping drank the wine and said coolly, Do you think I'll be stubborn? I'm just saying that. But in such a situation, to be honest, the human race has once again become the target of public criticism. Those of us who guard the human race are roadblocks in the eyes of others. We are the main culprits who obstruct the three realms' peace. Fang Ping did not care about the other people's attitude. Instead, he chose to stand with them. The few choices that Dong Wang had given previously were actually very disadvantageous to the human race. Exterminating the human race could bring peace to the three realms. Would the others be tempted? They were not sure before, but now they were sure. Would they be tempted? Definitely. The situation had reached this point. Although Emperor Nan was killed this time, the human race's situation was actually more dangerous. Old Manly laughed. Actually, even without this time, isn't it the same? The human race has always been a thorn in the side of all parties. It's not like they will only change their attitudes after this time. Fong Ping rolled his eyes. That's not the case. Previously, everyone thought about it, but they were not determined to do it. They did not necessarily want to do it wholeheartedly. But now I think they actually have a choice. That's not something we can stop. Old Manly was open-minded. He laughed. Brat, don't worry about nothing. Isn't your goal to kill all the old antiques? What are you still hesitating about now? It's not hesitation, Fong Ping said helplessly. It's trouble. Very big trouble. Now the Celestial Emperor and the others' attitudes are clear. At least the Celestial Emperor and the Emperor are determined to exterminate the human race. I was still hoping that they would fight among themselves first before dealing with the human race. But now, it seems that they might cooperate first before fighting among themselves. Fong Ping exhaled. The Celestial Emperor and the Emperor's attitudes have been made clear this time. The Emperor gave up and suppressed the source. The Celestial Emperor still did not come out. Instead, he let the Spirit Emperor guard the source. At the end of the war, the Celestial Emperor came out to be the peacemaker. The Celestial Emperor took the initiative to stop the war. All of this proves one thing. These two have actually reached an agreement. Old Manly nodded slightly. I can see that both parties' current target is probably this group of new emperors and the human race. They're not stupid. They're all chess players. Their strength is unparalleled. Would they really let you, Brat, take advantage of them? Everyone understands that the third party benefits from the third party. If that's the case, of course, we have to eliminate the threatening party first. But this is not bad at all. At least we know one thing now. The Emperor and Qin Fengqing will probably intervene at the crucial moment. Their goals are different from ours, but their ultimate goal is the same. We can't let the human race perish. Protect the seeds, protect the human race. Both parties' actual actions are still the same. You, Brat, should be happy. Now you've gained two strong allies. The Emperor is not weak. No matter what the Emperor was thinking, since he was a powerhouse who protected the seeds, he could not let the human race perish. Fong Ping thought about it. He nodded and smiled. That makes sense. At least before we deal with the seeds, they're still on the same page. The Emperor fellow is quite interesting. As he said that, Wang Jinyang walked over. He did not stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, he got a jar of wine from Old Manly. After taking a sip, he said, "Actually, I've gained something from this. At least I know something." What? It's not that easy for the emperors to truly break free from the source. Wang Jinyang's eyes shone brightly. Emperor, she killed Emperor Nan and let Emperor Nan mend his path. He left and was freed. But from what I heard, even if he left and the source of his power was destroyed, he still wanted to be destroyed. If they can be freed by killing the emperors, then why did that person look for us to cooperate with? Old Wang's eyes flickered. This can only prove one thing. If they want to completely break free from the source, they might need our help. In other words, they might leave by taking our path, so that they can completely break free. Not humans, but fruits. In other words, fruits can't actually leave the source, but through the path that the three of us opened up, this is considered a loophole in the source, and they can leave through it. That's why someone looked for us to cooperate. Old Wang said in high spirits, if that's the case, then the person who looked for us to cooperate might not be a few weak emperors. He might even be a divine emperor. Is he willing to be suppressed by the heavenly emperor? Doesn't he want to be freed? But his fruits are in the source. Therefore, even if he is unwilling, he has to help suppress the source. He will live or die with the heavenly emperor. Previously, I thought it was a few weak emperors who came to us to get rid of the source. Now it seems that it is most likely a few top powerhouses. Divine Emperor, Emperor of Heaven Reverse, Emperor East. These are all possible. Fong Ping's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. Otherwise, I think Emperor Shi would have just left. I don't see him insisting on taking the path that you opened up. If that's the case, fruits may really not be able to leave through the door. Wang Jinyang laughed. So, it's not that there is no chance to divide them. Don't despair. If the divine emperor fruits can leave, do you think he will continue to cooperate with the heavenly emperor? Wang Jinyang laughed. Of course not. They are all domineering. Just look at the sun god and the heavenly emperor. The sun god can't be bothered to deal with the heavenly emperor. He has the attitude of watching a show and let them do whatever they want. The sun god's goal is the seed. The heavenly emperor's goal is the seed and the 9 emperors and 1 emperor. The divine emperor's goal is more. Getting rid of the heavenly emperor's control is actually his first goal. Otherwise, even if he gets the seed, he may still be controlled by the heavenly emperor, and this gives us a chance to divide them. Old Wang, are you here to give me some reassurance? Fong Ping teased. Old Wang laughed. I'm afraid that you will mess around in desperation. Things are not as bad as you think. Besides, do you think this batch of new emperors can really integrate with those old emperors? Are you kidding me? The divine emperor can fight against 9 emperors. What about the heavenly emperor? They have become emperors. Do they still want to be controlled and be someone's lackey? Definitely not. So, I think that even if they really agree with the old emperor's ideas in the end, they will not be united. They might even want to kill a few old emperors to reduce their competitiveness. Fong Ping looked at the two of them and could not help but laugh. You guys think too much. Actually, I'm not really desperate. I'm just a little helpless. Fong Ping frowned. There are actually not many ways for me to improve my strength now. Or rather, my biggest hope is to expand the source world. Something like true blood is rare. I don't even have any hope. But expanding the size of the source world is too difficult. The first thing to expand the source world is the star stones. The difficulty is still too high. The second is to find the seed and obtain a lot of power. Forcefully expanding it is even more difficult. The third point is the simplest. Integrate the cities. But now I've integrated everything that can be integrated. As for the rest, Old Wang interrupted. What's the difficulty of integrating the cities now? Logically speaking, you are the savior of humanity now. There is no reason not to agree with you. Look at Li Zhu. Under those circumstances, even the catacombs can agree with him. Why can't you? Did something go wrong? He felt that the current Earth should have agreed with Fong Ping. Then why could Fong Ping not integrate all the cities? Until now, the number of cities that Fong Ping integrated was actually only a small part of the Earth. It was even to the extent of only 1%. Old Manly was also puzzled. Fong Ping thought for a while and said, There are more reasons. First, old Zhang might have diverted some of my attention. After all, this fellow is the leader in name. In some places, old Zhang has a higher degree of approval. Second, not everyone agrees with some of my ideas. Some people still think that we can talk. Third, Fong Ping shrugged. To put it bluntly, maybe we've protected people too well. The martial artists have a higher degree of approval. As for ordinary people, honestly, no one has experienced war or death. Do you think they will agree with me? As soon as he said that, Old Wang and Old Manly frowned. Old Wang sighed. That's true. But you can't learn from Li Zhu just to make everyone agree with you, right? What did Li Zhu do? he created a world-destroying crisis for the catacombs. Everyone in the catacombs was facing the danger of death. At this time, they had no choice but to agree with Li Zhu and hope that he could save them. However, Earth could not do that. Otherwise, some of everyone's previous ideas would become a joke. Old Manly was also in a difficult position. He sighed and said, "If we use unscrupulous means, such as letting some powerhouses enter Earth to fight, destroying some cities and killing tens of millions of people, then everyone will definitely feel a sense of crisis. But this we can't do it. If we do it, it will be difficult for us to overcome this hurdle ourselves. I didn't expect that one day we would feel helpless because we've protected ordinary people too well." Fang Ping shrugged. This was the logic. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said again, "Let's continue with the publicity. This time is actually an opportunity. Everyone knows how powerful the Emperor is. Tell everyone that in a few months, when the world wall is broken, the human race will be wiped out. This is more or less useful." As for me, Fang Ping chuckled. He grinned and said, "Actually, it's not that there's no chance. Later, I'll find someone to fight and pretend that I'm injured and dying. As for old Zhang, I'll just pretend that he's seriously injured and about to die. We're all doomed. You guys can shake Earth a few more times and create some sense of crisis. Actually, it's still effective. When people are about to die, they all long for a hero to appear. Am I not? If they don't count on me, do they really count on the Emperor to give them a way out and let them go? When that time comes, the opportunity will come. If I integrate a large number of cities, I should be able to advance once. Another thing is to find the seeds. I think there's still hope to find them. If I find them, I'll also become more powerful." As he said that, Fang Ping looked at the two of them, frowning. "Can you still advance further?" Old Wang nodded and said, "I can quickly walk out of the source land. We don't need to condense Dao fruit. If the opportunity is right, we can break the source land and strengthen ourselves again. Although I might not be as powerful as Zhan and the others, it's still not a big problem to be compared to the ordinary emperor." On the other hand, Old Manly said, "I also need a large supply of energy on my side." "Not just energy." Old Manly hesitated for a moment before saying, "I think I might also have a bottleneck. Next, I might also need to use stellar stones and true blood to replace true blood and absorb stellar stones. Only then can I continue to advance. Otherwise, if I simply rely on these powers now, including the vitality of the seeds, I might not be able to make a big advancement anymore." True blood, stellar stones, Fang Ping was troubled. Everyone needed these things. The point was, there was none. Most of the stellar stones were in the source land. The true blood should be with the seeds. At this time, Old Wang raised his eyebrows and said, "If it really doesn't work, use the stellar stones in the second half of the extreme Dao. Forget about mine. Iron Head, that simpleton, he can't fight. Break his path and increase your strength." Fang Ping looked at him strangely, then looked at Iron Head, who had just stepped into the cemetery area and was stiff all over. He felt some sympathy. "It was not me who said it, Old Wang said it." Old Wang had obviously noticed Iron Head long ago and said it on purpose for him to hear. On the other side, Iron Head looked aggrieved. He could not help but say, "Old Wang, why didn't I break your path?" "Nonsense." Lao Wang said snappily, "I'm stronger than you, but that's fine. I can even affect Xuxiang. If something happens to me, Xuxiang might vent her anger on the human race. Wouldn't that mean that we have lost an emperor? There's no one behind you. If an accident really happens and you die, so be it." Iron Head said gloomily, "Then why don't you look for Old Yao?" Lao Wang tried his best to persuade him. "Old Yao walks the path of spiritual power, and I feel that it will be very useful. You walk the path of the physical body. To put it bluntly, we do not lack experts who walk the path of the physical body, and their bodies are not weak. Your physique is not strong now. If you die, the loss will be smaller than if Old Yao dies. Iron Head was about to cry. Is it that realistic? Yes. Then if I break my path, can I really get the stellar stones? I don't know. You guys are too ruthless to gamble with me when you don't have any confidence. Iron Head was gloomy. He said quickly, "Do you want to try?" Fong Ping laughed. "All right, break your path. There are only 3 emperors in the extreme Tao. I think the 3 paths might affect each other. Don't break your path recklessly. Breaking one path might affect the other 2 paths. I'll think of something about the stellar stones. I'll ask Heavenly King Subduing to look for them in the source land. As for you, Iron Head, I think the potential of your physique is not developed enough. I'll get some energy for you to absorb later." As he said that, he raised his eyebrows and said, "I got it. Big Cat, eat less of this tail later, and let Iron Head eat more. I think it should still be helpful to Iron Head. Beast Emperors also have strong physique. Iron Head, eat more when the time comes." Li Hansong looked at the long tail and gestured. It was at least 100 times longer than him. He was a little speechless. How much would he have to eat? Beside him, the cat also glanced at Iron Head with some disdain. "If I let you eat, how much can you eat? Eat as much as you want. Even if I hold back when I eat, I can still eat 100 of you." Iron Head felt disdain. He felt a little sullen. He always felt that he was so miserable. Old Wang and the rest attacked him. Now, even the cat looked down on him. At this time, Old Zhang also came. Old Zhang glanced at the cemetery and did not look anymore. He said quickly, "I've already started making arrangements for the places you mentioned. Evacuate the residence, count the number of martial artists over the years, analyze and compare, and the results will be out soon." Looking at it now, there's actually not much difference. The main thing is still the ratio of martial artists in the previous period. If the seed is really in these places, when the earth has no energy, it's actually the best to see which place has the most martial artists. Especially the data from 3 years ago, it's the most representative. I think the seed might have been here in Sun City, but he might not be here. Actually, there aren't many martial artists in Sun City. Because there's a Yang, we might have paid too much attention to it. Fong Ping curled his lip. I know. Actually, I think the seed might not be here in Sun City. There might be an old thing there. Didn't you hear him say that he fought with the seed and then found a place to recuperate? I think the place where he recuperates might be there. As he said that, Fong Ping's eyes flickered. Actually, I should go look for him again. When I find him, I want to ask him some questions. He wanted to ask if there were any changes in Sun City 3 years ago? Some unusual changes? How did he get out of that small world? The sun god might know some things. The reason why he was so persistent in exploring these things was actually for the seed and the power of the seed. As for how he got out, Fong Ping now felt that it might have something to do with the sun god. Is he really on Earth? Old Zhang frowned. It was too unsettling to have such a dangerous person on Earth. He should be. Fong Ping nodded. He glanced at the powerhouses who were gradually rushing over and smiled. Everyone, Earth will depend on us. Those seniors in the source can only play a role in restraining them at most. The counterattack still depends on us. I think everyone should be very enlightened about what happened today, including the tremors in the source. Everyone should have gained a lot too. Work hard to digest all the result. Even if you can't become an emperor before the final battle, you must be able to resist the other powerhouses in the 3 realms. Old Manly could not help but laugh. Earth will depend on us. Why does it sound like we're all Ultraman? Fong Ping burst out laughing. Then let's fight the small monsters. There are too many of them. Everyone, work hard. Don't worry about me. Why do I feel like I've become everyone's burden now? Go do what you have to do. I'll go look for that old thing. If I can pull him over to my side, there will be someone to deal with the Celestial Emperor. The pressure will be greatly reduced. As he said that, old Zhang continued, "You're going alone? I think it's better to bring someone." "I won't go. You bring Li Zhen." King Zhen's descendant is also related to this old thing. It will more or less ease the tension, lest you start fighting with this old thing before you start fighting with the Celestial Emperor and the others. Nonsense. Fang Ping did not admit it. How could he be like this? He was not stupid. It was obvious that he could not win against that old thing. Why would he fall out with him? Old Zhang smiled without saying a word. Could he have some idea in his heart? Why did he have no idea at all? Not continuing this topic, old Zhang continued, "I'll inform you when there are results everywhere. Also, I'll continue to help you publicize. Can you, kid, stop saying those random things every time and make others think that you're unreliable? How can they believe that you can lead the good people?" "I'm used to it." Old Zhang shook his head, too lazy to talk to him anymore. Just as he was about to leave, Fang Ping said telepathically, "Keep an eye on Wang Ruobing recently. Now that 3 of the 4 seeds have been destroyed, her side is the only way we can enter the source quietly. I'll see if there's a chance to sneak into the source secretly. You still want to go?" Old Zhang had a toothache. "You went once and caused a huge commotion, and you still want to go?" Fang Ping laughed and did not continue the conversation. Of course he had to go. There was still a powerhouse behind Wang Ruobing. There was still a chance to talk. The key was that if he did not solve this problem, this seed had gathered a large amount of vitality path. There were many human powerhouses. He could not watch this seed be absorbed by others. There was also star stones. These seeds were all made of star stones. Emperor West's seed had a total of 12 star stones. What about Wang Ruobing's? As long as he found a way to destroy the seed, he might get more than 10 star stones. This was a huge amount. After calculating everything, Fang Ping perked up again. Actually, it was quite good now. Everything was clear. He could focus on dealing with it. He should go to Sun City. If he could find Sun God this time and rope him in, it would be more effective than the birth of 10 emperors. There was also Chu Wu. He had to go there again later. The seeds were recovering Chu Wu's power. He might have to pay attention to this news. Fang Ping left quickly, leaving behind a cat with a blank and hopeless expression. "I haven't eaten my tail yet." Was he leaving again? His diet was really irregular recently. Chapter 1446. Sun City. Fang Ping had returned to Sun City many times this year in search of its secret. Now, he had confirmed that the seed had come to Sun City before. Of course, it might not be here now. As for Sun God, it should have come to Sun City before. It might even be here now. In the sky above Sun City. Fang Ping stood in the air, but no one could see him. Fang Ping swept his gaze below. This time, he did not scan. Whether it was the seed or Sun God, they could block his scan. Fang Ping was only talking. The people of Sun City could not hear him. Only martial artists with strong mentality could hear him. Strong mentality was at least close to the level of qualitative change. "Senior, are you really not willing to meet me? Senior, you've been hiding like a mouse for so many years. Don't you feel lonely? If you want to find the seed or seize the seed, you can still talk to me. Senior, you're currently the most free powerhouse in the 3 realms, but you've been hiding all this time. Is there something you can't tell me? Look, I've brought your grandson's grandson here. Won't you meet him?" Beside him, Li Zhen could only see Fang Ping's lips moving, but he could not hear his voice. At this moment, he looked at Fang Ping doubtfully. Fang Ping was pointing at him. "Is Heavenly King Garrison your illegitimate son? I think it might be. Why don't you discuss with me how to get him out of trouble? The source is not a place to stay for long. Heavenly King Garrison has been guarding the human world for 8,000 years because of your instructions. Are you so heartless?" Silence. Li Zhen saw that Fang Ping was only moving his mouth but not speaking. He guessed that he was transmitting his voice. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one appeared, he frowned slightly. Is he not here? Did we guess wrong? Sun God did not appear. Li Zhen felt that he might have guessed wrong. Fang Ping smiled and said, "There's no rush. He's old and smart and he's tolerant. He's afraid that we'll cause trouble for him. It's normal for him to ignore us. But let's continue to try." Fang Ping continued to transmit his voice. "Senior, I just want to ask one question. What happened 3 years ago? Why did I come out of that world? 3 years ago, was the seed here too? Also, why did you choose me? That world, billions of people. Am I really so outstanding that you all knew I had a bright future?" Still silence. "Don't tell me Senior doesn't know either? Senior, do you know that there is actually a young god in that world, or rather, there are actually 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, but they are completely different from this world. I have met the young god in that world once and chatted with him for a while. Beside him, the cat looked at him strangely with its big tail on its back. My guess is that that world might be the world where the seed imitated the martial destruction era. However, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors did not die. Unfortunately, they did not die, and the Yang spirit did not die either. However, they became the lowest existences. In that world, there is also a heavenly court. There is a Yang god in the heavenly court. He lost his parents when he was a child and was despised by his relative. He lived in the latrine since he was a child and lived with feces and urine. He grew up eating those things. The cat was getting weirder and weirder. Was it useful for a liar to provoke him? Fang Ping talked for a while. Seeing that there was still silence, he laughed and said helplessly, "Since Senior is not willing to see me, then forget it. Actually, I really wanted to talk to Senior, such as the nemesis of the seed, the great enemy, the creation jade disc." Fang Ping sighed. "In that world, there is actually a legend. Legend has it that the person who obtains the creation jade disc can restrain the seed, which is the god of creation. Of course, at that time I did not know what the seed was. I feel that the ancient legend of that world may not be fake. The creation jade disc may really exist. F***ck your grandpa. Do you really think I am closed off?" At this moment, someone suddenly scolded. Fang Ping's head was numb from the shock. The Yang spirit could not hold it in anymore. "Do you really think I am an idiot? You want to fool me with something that can fool a 3-year-old? Initially, he did not want to talk to Fang Ping. However, Fang Ping seemed to be talking to him until the end of time. He could not stand it anymore. There was a fly flying around his ear all the time. It was very annoying. If it was a normal conversation, then so be it. However, this guy's mentality shook all the void nearby. You could not even block it. Fang Ping laughed. He laughed heartily. At this moment, he cast his gaze toward a void and laughed. "Senior, it seems like you still want to see me. Otherwise, even if I talk for 10,000 years, you can continue to turn a deaf ear to me. I have come so many times before, but you have not seen me. This time, do you think that I am qualified to participate in this?" Noisy. A soft snort was heard. In the next moment, the sky and earth were turned upside down. Birds sang and flowers fragrant. Verdant hills and clear waters. The sun was shining brightly. The sound of waves crashing could be heard. A gentle breeze brushed past. The blue sky and white clouds. The air seemed to have a delicate smell. On the beach, a beach chair was spread out horizontally. An old man, wearing big pants, leaned on the beach chair, holding a whole coconut and sucking it. On Fang Ping's side, Li Zhen was stunned. This was Yang's spirit? Why did it feel so low? However, Fang Ping did not care. 4 powerhouses, naturally they would do whatever was comfortable and refreshing. Fang Ping grinned. Is there something missing? Having said that, his vitality surged. In the next moment, a large number of beautiful women appeared in the sea. They began to play, splash water, swim, and play. Vulgar! A sneer sounded. With a rumble, the sea surface calmed, and all the beautiful women disappeared. Vulgar low-end! Fong Ping laughed. Very quickly, his vitality surged again. In the next moment, a group of people appeared in the sea. And they were women! The heroic and exuberant Spirit Emperor, the frost-faced Moon Spirit, the charming and moving Heavenly Hound? Boom! The heavens and earth shook. At first, the old man was enjoying watching. When he saw a dog scratching its head coquettishly at him, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of coconut juice, directly blasting the sea. The old man turned his head and glared at Fong Ping behind him. With a smile, Fong Ping looked at Yang Spirit too. After a while, he suddenly laughed. It's been a long time, Uncle Yang. The old man raised his eyebrows. Li Zhen looked at Fong Ping in surprise. He could not help but ask, "You know him?" Fong Ping laughed. "I've seen him before. He's quite familiar. Isn't he the gatekeeper?" Gatekeeper? Li Zhen was stunned again. What kind of joke was this? Fong Ping smiled. The gatekeeper of Sun City No. 1 High School. He watches me and old Wang go to school, practice martial arts, learn Taoism. The gatekeeper of Sun City No. 1 High School? Li Zhen frowned slightly and said quickly, "Has Senior Yang Spirit been monitoring the three realms?" Wrong. The old man chuckled. "I don't monitor the three realms. I don't have the time. I just monitor Sun City." Why? Li Zhen did not understand. Fong Ping, however, understood. He laughed. Because 3 years ago, Senior Yang Spirit was not sure who it was that became this variable. Did you find out after that? Yang Spirit chuckled. You're a little clever. Indeed, I was not sure at that time. But not long after, I locked onto you and Wang Jinyang. Of course, there were some other people in the early stages, such as the martial arts university students from your school. There aren't many people in Sun City. But in modern society, people move too frequently. It was hard to lock onto them at first, but it became much easier later. Since Senior knows of my existence, why didn't you show yourself? Why should I show myself? Yang Spirit chuckled. It's good that you know. Why show yourself? It's enough to confirm your identity. It's like when you see a nest of ants and you know that one of them is a little special. When you discover it, will you stand out and tell that ant that I've discovered you? That you're very special and will become a big ant in the future? Fong Ping laughed. Am I just an ant? Am I not? Yang Spirit snorted and said indifferently, Do you think you're very powerful? Do you think you can match me? Didn't Chiong say about the three realms? There are 4 chess players. But Chiong was just boasting. Everyone's strength is different, so they see things differently. He thinks there are 4 chess players, I think there are only 3. My God seed. Yang Spirit yawned. As for Chiong and the battle, we're just playing with the leftovers. We're just letting them play with us. Senior, your words are really asking for a beating. You're asking for a beating, but hit me. Yang Spirit sneered. He was so arrogant, even more arrogant than Fong Ping. Why don't you hit me instead? Fong Ping did not mind. If he was not as strong as others, then he would be a grandson. Many people were arrogant in the beginning, but they stopped being arrogant later on. Because they were beaten until they did not dare to be arrogant anymore. Yang Spirit obviously lacked the cruel beatings of society. Fong Ping laughed. Senior, Dong Huang's combat strength should have exceeded 100 million. What about Emperor God and Emperor Reverse? Are you here to inquire about information? I'm just asking. Yang Spirit leaned back in his chair and continued to drink his coconut milk. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the sea breeze. He said casually, There are a total of 7 martial artists in the 3 realms whose combat strength has exceeded 100 million. Me, Heaven, Chiong, Do, Hao, Hong, and Ji. Fong Ping's pupils shrank. Earthly Sovereign and Emperor have exceeded 100 million? That's normal. Yang Spirit's voice was lazy. One is the representative of the seed, the other is a drama queen. What's wrong with exceeding 100 million? Drama queen. Fang Ping was stunned. Drama queen? You mean earthly sovereign? He could understand that emperor was the representative of the seed. What did drama queen mean? Yang Spirit said disdainfully, "Do you think you're the only one who can act? Who in the three realms isn't a master of acting? Wasn't the bitter drama that was staged at the birthplace good? Wasn't it because the father was kind and the son was filial?" Yang Spirit sneered. "I'm kidding." Hong faked his death to escape and quickly went to the divine sect. Not long after, Hong Yu left the divine sect to establish the earthly emperor god dynasty. Do you really think Hong Yu doesn't know anything? Are you kidding me? Do you really think that establishing the earthly emperor god dynasty is useless? Yang Spirit yawned. Hong Yu is about to unify the three realms. How can it be useless? However, he deliberately made the divine sect an enemy just to avoid being too conspicuous and being suspected by others. Just like Li Zhu, the devil is also him, and the Buddha is also him. The earthly emperor god dynasty is the orthodox and belongs to the Hong family. The divine sect is the demonic path and also belongs to the Hong family. Whichever family is strong is his own. The meat is rotting in the pot. Hong is much more calculative than you guys. However, a group of fools still wanted to lure him out. Did he even need to show up? In the end, it seemed that it was about time. What should be taken was taken. Alright, I'm not playing anymore. The divine sect destroyed the divine dynasty, the divine dynasty collapsed, and the divine sect went dormant. Hong and his family retreated behind the scenes, and no one paid attention to them. You guys can play as you wish. I'll continue to cultivate and strengthen myself. Yang Spirit spoke as if he was watching a show, but Fang Ping's gaze kept changing. Did Hong Kuan and Hong Yu already know that the earthly emperor was Taoist Feng Yun? The whole family was putting on a show? Yang Spirit said that the earthly emperor was a drama queen. If that was the case, then the earthly emperor was not wronged. What's the benefit of that? Stupid. Yang Spirit said lazily. Of course there are many benefits. The human emperor Dao can't have the earthly emperor Dao? Zhang Tao can cultivate the human emperor Dao, but he, the real earthly emperor, can't cultivate the earthly emperor Dao? Zhang Tao can become stronger quickly, but he can't? Is he stupider than Zhang Tao? Of course, he's more ruthless than Zhang Tao. He threw it away after using it to avoid being found out. He strengthened the earthly emperor Dao and quickly compressed it into his own Dao. He just borrowed the power of the Dao, but you guys didn't realize it. Then, he let Hong Yu die for a few thousand years to divert attention. Who knew that he would become stronger in secret? How did you know, Senior? Yang Spirit was too lazy to talk. He drank the coconut milk and said lazily after a while, "Why wouldn't I know?" He wanted to meddle in the human world and cause trouble for that guy Zhen. I taught him a lesson and naturally found out. Did he really think that he found his conscience and dared not come to the human world because he was afraid of Zhen? He was afraid of me. Therefore, the divine sect and the earthly emperor divine dynasty didn't develop much in the human world. Zhen thought that it was because of him that he suppressed Kuan and Yu, but he didn't think about it. Why should he be afraid of him when he has his father's support? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows but didn't continue to talk about this. He said, "If it breaks through 100 million, how strong will it be? We'll talk about it when it breaks through 100 million. I think it'll happen very soon." Yang Spirit opened his eyes, turned his head and glanced at him. He laughed and said, "You're quite confident. Just relying on your half-baked second origin?" Yang Spirit said disdainfully, "Let's put it this way. Your half-baked second origin is still the origin, and it's rooted in the origin. Do you really think it has nothing to do with the origin? You borrowed the power of the origin, how can it have nothing to do with it?" Yang Spirit yawned and said, Just like this fat cat, can it be considered the second or third origin? It can be considered. But in reality, it's still related to the origin. If heaven wants to kill it, it won't be too much trouble. Fong Ping frowned slightly. Our source world is separated from the origin. Separated? Even the origin universe was cut off? Yang Spirit said disapprovingly, since it's not separated, then it doesn't count. If the second origin wants to be separated from the first origin, it has to be separated from the entire origin universe. Only then will it count. Fong Ping's eyes flickered. He suddenly said, Senior, what you mean is that our source world is still connected to the origin universe, so it doesn't count as separated from the origin? Of course. They can enter our source world at any time? Of course. Yang Spirit chuckled. Just look at this cat. Does it really think that its source world is very secretive? How is that possible? It's not like no one has entered in the past. What does it know? The cat meowed innocently. Why do you always talk about me? Fong Ping's heart moved slightly. His and the cat's were actually somewhat different. Not to mention the black mire, there was actually something different. The brain nucleus. Yes, there was only one person in the three realms who had melted the brain nucleus and enveloped the source world. Celestial Emperor Zhan. However, Celestial Emperor Zhan still left behind a Taoist hole and did not completely separate from the source world. Before Celestial Emperor Zhan died, he actually asked Old Wang to pass on a message from Fong Ping. If Fong Ping wanted to get rid of the origin, then he would either take away his origin star or simply self-destruct the star. However, he would leave a hole in the origin universe, just like the origin emperor. If he wanted to get rid of it completely, Fong Ping actually had to kill a venerable emperor to make up for it. He could take it away, but the cat could not. This was because the cat's cat world and the origin universe were connected. However, Fong Ping was completely sealed now, so it was actually not connected. The cat's source world could be entered, so could Old Manly. As for Fong Ping, Old Manly could not enter last time. Instead, he appeared outside the shell. Fong Ping said calmly, if it's connected to the source world, what does it mean? It means, if the origin is destroyed, then you will be destroyed. One will prosper, one will prosper, one will perish. How simple is that? The young god smiled faintly. That's why, among the powerhouses of the three realms, this old man is actually the most carefree. You guys can't do it. Why didn't the Celestial Emperor and the others kill you? Because they don't care. The young god yawned, a little sleepy. Saying that you're a variable is flattering you. You actually can't change anything. If you had taken the beginner path back then, you might really be a variable, but you're not. So, actually, this old man can't be bothered with you. Because you can't change anything at all. Fong Ping did not care about this. He said again, Senior, can you tell me about what happened 3 years ago? I knew you would ask this. The young god chuckled. I've never been to that world, but I can roughly guess some things. As for you, it's actually not my doing. Are you thinking that when I fought with the seed, I released you? That's really not the case. How many years has it been since I fought with the seed? The young god deliberated for a moment before saying, it can be considered an accident, but also not exactly an accident. You don't have to think too much. You're not released by the seed, nor by me, nor by the heavenly emperors and the others. You're actually released by the three emperors. Fong Ping was stunned. The three emperors? The three emperors had been dead for 8,000 years. How did the three emperors get involved again? The young god chuckled. Surprised? Very surprised? Actually, there's nothing to be surprised about. Although the three emperors died back then, it's not like they didn't leave any backup, especially Zhan. Although he was naive, he was not stupid. He also knew that everything was focused on the seed. All the problems actually originated from the seed. Do you think he didn't look for the seed? He did. This naive guy even thought of letting the seed take the initiative to fill the pit, but the seed didn't care about him. What could he do? The young god laughed playfully. The seed didn't care about him, so he could only look for the heavenly emperors and the 9 emperors. In the end, they ignored him. What should he do? He felt that he might be too naive. Maybe he should try to fill the pit himself. If he did, he would die. Then what should we do? What happens after he dies? Is there no other way? The young god sighed and said, "Everyone knows to leave a backup plan, and so does he. Jean is not an idiot. Although he is ready to die, he still hopes that someone can solve this problem." Who will solve it? Jean is worried that after he dies, the 3 realms may be destroyed. If there is no one, how can we solve it? Where can we be sure that there are people? It's on the seed. The young god shook his head and said, "It's not a big secret that the seed wants to recreate the 3 realms. Of course, this is for people at the level of me and the Heavenly Emperor. The other guys are not so aware. You have to admit that Jean has read a lot, is strong, talented, and blessed by the heavens. He has actually come into contact with the seed a few times. He also knows about this, so he placed his hopes and backup plans on the seed. Fortresses are all broken from the inside. I don't understand what he was thinking at first. Maybe he thought that maybe he should let the people of the New World break something from the inside and solve all the problems. Maybe he thought that let the people of the New World come out and solve this problem as outsiders, as a third party. That's why you're here. Fong Ping frowned and suddenly thought of something. That day, the projection of the heaven extermination, Tharch told him meaningfully. What if everything is controlled by us? The heaven extermination, Tharch realized that Fong Ping had some of his power and had guessed that there were 5 top-notch powerhouses. But in the end, he laughed instead and said that Fong Ping might find out in the end that everything was actually because of the few of them. Fong Ping's gaze was solemn. Then how did they do it? They had been dead for so many years. How did they do it? How did they do it? The young god laughed. You're asking me. I'm not the person involved. How would I know? Of course, I can roughly guess some things. When the 3 emperors' reincarnations awaken together, some changes will happen. Awakening is not awakened at the beginning. You should know this. The 3 of them awakened at that time. You also know that. When the 3 of them awakened, the Tao they left behind was revived and the origin resonated. Jean is the strongest among them. His Tao is the strongest and the most special. The seed should have sensed something and rushed here. In the end, it was tricked by Jean, Fong Ping said in surprise. Tricked? Tricked? The young god suddenly became a little gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's definitely not an accident that Jean chose to be born in Sun City. He might have found out that I'm hiding here. This bastard knows that I have a grudge with the seed. More than 3 years ago, the seed suddenly smelled something and came here. When I saw it, I thought it was going to be rude to me. Then why would I be polite to it? That day I fought with it. I'm not too sure what happened next. I only felt an arrow piercing through the seed. After that, the seed escaped. Then, something different happened in Sun City. The young god turned his head to look at Fong Ping and frowned. It's you. Of course, it wasn't obvious at first. Later, I found out it was you. You might have come out from inside the seed. Now that you said so yourself, it's confirmed. Jean might have borrowed the power of the 3 emperors to release you. Of course, he also borrowed my power. But I really never thought of releasing someone from inside the seed. As the young god spoke, he shook his head and said, "Besides, the seed is very wary of me. How could it give me a chance to break its internal world?" Jean borrowed the power of the 3 emperors and my power to break the seed's internal world by surprise. The young god was a little puzzled. Is there any use in releasing you? Anyway, I think it's not very useful. The current you still can't change anything. I don't know what Jean is thinking. I thought the 3 emperors' reincarnation was their backup, but it's not. The three emperors' reincarnation finally gathered around you. It's not without reason. Because you're their core. Jean wants to rely on you to solve those troubles. Therefore, Wang Jinyang and the others came to your side one after another, including Qin Fengqin. The young god laughed. You came out from inside the seed. It's not an accident that Qin Fengqin came to your side. Even if you weren't together at the beginning, you two would still be together in the end. Of course, the three emperors are close to you because you're the three emperors plan. Qin Fengqin is the seed's backup. Even if you two were close at the beginning and originated from the seed, there would be some rejection later and you two would part ways. Actually, I'm not surprised. At this moment, Fang Ping's heart was in turmoil. I am the three emperors' backup? He had thought of everyone, but he had never thought of the three emperors. Because they were dead. How could a dead person set up a plan? How to play chess? The system, the three emperors' power. The system was created by the three emperors, or rather, Jean created it. He had this strength, this ability. How strong was Heavenly Emperor Jean? A projection said that he was confident of severely injuring the Emperor God with one arrow. How strong was his real body? Among the three of Heavenly Emperor Yang God, who was stronger? Fang Ping could not help but ask this question. Senior, you, Heavenly Emperor Jean, who is stronger? The corner of the Yang God's mouth twitched. He said perfunctorily, none of your business. Jean is very strong? The Yang God said impatiently, of course he is strong. But, it depends on his condition. If his strength was in the past, he was naturally not as strong as us. At most, he was comparable to Qiong. But at that time, he could break through the land of origin at any time. Kid, he broke through the land of origin, not pierced it. That fellow's Tao almost pierced through the land of origin, almost strung Heavenly Emperor up into a bead and wore it around his neck. If that happened, it would not be Heavenly Emperor controlling him, but he controlling Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, at that time, Heavenly Emperor was also very wary of him. He did not break through the land of origin because he did not want to fight with Heavenly Emperor. If they really fought, it would be hard to say who would win. Jean did not take this path. Fang Ping could not help but scold. He is so stupid. Stupid? Maybe. The young god laughed. According to your current words, he is a saint, but it is not derogatory. If he really did that, he might not win. The final result might be that the three realms were directly destroyed 10,000 years ago. But before he died, he should have left something for you. The power you borrowed is the power of the three emperors. It should have been left by him. He was too lazy to do it himself, so it was actually quite good to entrust it to someone. The arrow in the mystic realm that day was probably left behind for you. If you did not go to the mystic realm, you might not have had that arrow. The young god laughed. The powerhouses of the three realms think that you are a backup left behind by Hao or Hong, but I know that is not the case. This is because I was here that day and I was even used. I knew that you did not have a backer, and the three emperors only left behind that little thing. Fang Ping shook his head, still in a trance. The Sky Destroyer Thearka's projection might have guessed something that day. Even if he did not know Jean's specific plan, Jean should have asked them for power, pure mentality. That was why the Sky Destroyer Tharch told him in the end that Fang Ping might have been created by themselves. It was not someone else, it was themselves. The system had been running like a machine. Fang Ping had thought that it was the Yang God, Seed, and Celestial Emperor who did not give up. Now that he thought about it, it was not because they did not give up. It was because it really had nothing to do with them. The owner of the system was long dead. Completely dead. The three dead people created this thing just to find an outsider to see if there was a chance to solve this problem. The three reincarnations of the three emperors were close to him, not because Fang Ping was charming, but because he had used their power. Maybe it was because they sensed it. Sun City. The reason why he was in Sun City was because the young god had always been here. Sky Destroyer Tharch knew that he was here, knew that he and Seed would fight when they met, so Sky Destroyer Tharch even calculated this. The scheme of the dead, Fong Ping felt a little empty in his heart. He had always had an imaginary enemy, a big enemy, the owner of the system, but today, the young god told him that there was no such enemy. That imaginary enemy was long dead. At this moment, Fong Ping was a little dazed. It turned out that the three realms had guessed wrong. The only people who knew the truth in the three realms were probably only the young god and Seed. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 1447. Fong Ping still could not accept it. Heaven battling Tharch did this? In a trance, Fong Ping suddenly said, among the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, who said they wanted a world without martial arts? Fight. Yang Xin was speechless. Who else could it be other than that stupid bird? Fong Ping was stunned. It was a battle. Jean said it. Does Jean know that the world inside the Seed is a world without martial arts? Nonsense, it's not like he's stupid. He's just a little stupid. The first time a Seed created the 3 realms, he created the martial Tao and almost suffered a backlash. If he created it again, there would definitely be no martial arts. The Yang spirit despised him. So I don't believe a word you said before. Which world had the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors and the good fortune jade disc? Jade my ass. Fong Ping exhaled and asked, does Jean know how to simulate aura? The young god said tiredly, are you an idiot? How strong was he? How hard is it to simulate an aura? How strong was Jean? In fact, he was not at his peak when he died. Even so, he would not be weaker than the god emperor. Being so powerful, how difficult would it be to imitate his aura? Fong Ping did not care about being scolded. He only wanted to confirm if it was true. Fong Ping asked again, why didn't Jean save his strength for his reincarnation? Your IQ is really low. Yang Xin complained. He was so strong in his previous life. Do you think no one is watching his reincarnation? Let's wait and see if he has any tricks up his sleeve. If he really did it on himself, he would have been stripped naked and eaten clean. Then on my side, since you know my problem, why don't you deal with me? The young god sneered. No matter how strong Jean is, he's not as strong as me. The backup plan he left behind could be used against others, but would it be useful against me? What's more, he walks the source path, I walk the beginner martial path. It doesn't matter. Why should I interfere? What's more, I also want to watch a good show. It's boring if it's always the same. Look, ever since you've appeared, the 3 realms has become so lively. You don't even need to mention that I've been watching so much excitement these past 3 years. It's so satisfying. Fong Ping was speechless. What you said really makes sense. Since you're not a threat to me, I don't care how you jump around. It just so happens that I've been idle for a few thousand years. Isn't it great to watch the show? Yang Xin was a little sleepy. He grabbed the cat and kneaded it for a while. Then, his hands were on fire. With the cat's fur standing on end, he pinched the cat's big head and smoothed its fur. Then, he continued to roast the dragon tail. The big cat wanted to explode, but the young god said angrily, "What's wrong with giving me some? I'm a little hungry. You stupid cat, when you were still suckling I fed you. Now you're going to turn your back on me." Where did the heavenly bell come from? Is it really yours? Did you forget that I casually tossed it to you when I no longer needed the heart protection mirror? Where did the divine peeking mirror come from? Although it belonged to the celestial Tharch, I was the one who got it for you. I borrowed it to watch the show and threw it away after I was done. That's how it ended up in your hands. How could you fall out with me just because of a snake tail? Why are you still angry? Yang Xin looked unhappy. Without me, would you have a cat like you? Without me, would you have such a carefree life? Do you know why you can be free until now? Yang Shin said proudly, you were originally just a collection of garbage in the source. The celestial Thearcha's idea was to destroy and clean you up. It was I who saved you. I absorbed a lot of power in the source. After absorbing it, the source suddenly produced some garbage. Your trash can suddenly became a little bigger. The celestial Tharch took a look. Oh no, this trash can is not full yet. It can still be filled with garbage. Well, I'll fill it again, lest I don't know where to dump the rest of the garbage. Think about it, without me, would you have been cleaned up? Yang Shun laughed and said, the reason why you have been free for so many years and no one has forced you to cultivate is actually because of me. When you were young, I often saw you. You don't know, I didn't know how to control my strength. I was used to beating you up. Once again, I beat you up casually, and as a result, you were beaten up, and the source trembled for a long time. When the celestial Tharch saw this, he thought, this won't do. If you beat up the source, it will tremble for a long time. You are still weak. If you become strong, won't it tremble for a long time? He was conflicted. If you become strong, you can absorb more garbage. But if you become strong, won't you be in big trouble if you get beaten up? What if the garbage that was taken away pops up again? So, I was so conflicted. In the end, I didn't care much about you and threw you to Tianqian. You can play on your own. Whether you become strong or weak depends on your luck. Don't worry about this. The cat was stunned. Fang Ping was stunned. Li Zhen was stunned. While roasting the tail, Yang Shin said, the reason why you can live so happily is also related to me. It's probably because I hit you that time and gave you a concussion, so your memory is not very good. You can forget sad things in an instant, so you can live a good life. Don't you want to thank me? The cat's eyes widened. Fang Ping's eyes widened. Li Zhen's eyes widened. F***CK. Yang Shin looked at their expressions and asked curiously, what's wrong? Although I beat up this cat, I also gave it benefits afterward. I often give it some food, and the divine peeking mirror and the sky gong were all given by me. Isn't that compensation? Meow? The cat was beginning to doubt its life. This cat was beaten silly by this guy? The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. He did not want to listen to this gossip anymore. He asked again, I have another question to ask, Senior. Did Heavenly Emperor Zhan have the ability to solve the problem of the origin back then? From what you said, I think he might really be confident. Yes. Yang Shin answered matter-of-factly, smiling. Of course he has the ability to solve this problem. Simple. Kill the 9 emperors, kill the other supreme emperors, kill the Heavenly Emperor, kill me, and shove the seed into the origin. Okay, the problem is solved. Perfect. As Yang Shin said that, he laughed. The current solution is the same. It's actually the same. If Zhan really broke the origin back then, he might be able to do it. The chances are very high. To be honest, if he really broke the origin, the Heavenly Emperor might not be able to defeat him, but, Yang Shin sighed and said, he has 3 teachers and many brothers among them. Hong and the others are all his close friends. He is different from you. You can't wait to kill all the old antiques. But the old antiques in your eyes are either his brothers or his relative. If they are not relatives, they are his masters and grandmasters. Let me ask you, if it were you, would you be able to do it at this time? Now I ask you to kill Lu Fengru, Li Chongxing, Wang Jinyang, Zhang Tao, Chen Yunxi, Fang Yuan, Li Hansong, and the others. The problem of the 3 realms can be solved. Will you kill them? Yang Shin said with a slightly complicated look in his eyes, and he faced such a situation back then. Let me ask you, will he do it? He even persuaded them to give up their power, but these people were not willing. Tell me, what choice can he make? So he chose death. Yang Shin said with some disdain and some indescribable complexity, his death is not meaningless. If it weren't for him, the origin wouldn't have been so peaceful for so many years, and misery wouldn't have been so peaceful. The three realms have been peaceful for 8,000 years, and it has a lot to do with him. That grandson of the heavenly emperor is actually powerless to suppress the turmoil in the origin. It was Jean's death and the return of power that allowed the three realms to continue for so many years. Fang Ping also had mixed feelings at this moment. He had never thought about it from Jean's perspective. He had always thought that Jean was very stupid and naive. But today, just as Yang Shen had said, if he wanted him to kill those people and solve the chaos in the three realms, what choice would he make? Did he have the ability to kill them? Of course he did. But could he do it? Fang Ping suddenly felt a little bitter in his mouth, and his voice was slightly strange. Then why did he want to make a backup plan? Yang Shen said with a disapproving look. How normal. He died once, and what he owed was paid back, and what should be given was given. In 8,000 years, those who should live have lived. Jean felt that it was about time. If the problem was not solved at this time, he would find someone to solve it. Moreover, when he died, he probably had a plan. If the fool and the heavenly annihilation didn't die, you wouldn't have been born. They died, then you would have appeared. How did they die? They died, and it was those people who did it. Then the favor will naturally be gone. At this time, you will be here. You will replace him to get rid of these guys because he has done his best, understand? Fang Ping suddenly came to a realization. Yes. According to Yang Shen, he would only appear when the three emperors were revived. However, if Celestial Emperor Extermination and Celestial Emperor Batian did not die, how could they be revived? Jean had actually prepared for two things. If these two did not die, there would be no system. If these two died, and the three emperors died, then there would be him and the system. At that time, Jean felt that he had given and given everything. He might have long understood that if he died, the two emperors might be in trouble. However, he still hoped that nothing would happen. Fang Ping swallowed. After a while, he could not help but say, "Scholars are really scary." Jean, this guy was really scary. He had calculated every possibility. At this moment, Fang Ping no longer had any doubts. The system was created by Jean. Jean looked forward to a world without martial arts, looking forward to solving the problem, but he did not want to attack his family and friends at that time. He could only hope that he could fill the hole in the three realms. Unfortunately, he did not do it. Before this, he might have thought of the consequences. In the end, he committed suicide. Perhaps he was prepared, but he still hoped that others would not attack the other two emperors. If they did not attack, then there would be no system, no Fang Ping. If they did attack, then there would be Fang Ping. Everything was linked. Heavenly Emperor Jean actually thought a lot and left this world with hesitation and relief. So, I am their backup. Fang Ping was in a trance again. That day, the projection of Heavenly Emperor Annihilate told him that they might have left something behind, looking forward to meeting for the last time. What did they leave behind? The system? Or the reincarnations of the three emperors? Fang Ping licked his lips. He thought of another question. The three emperors had left behind their true paths. His strength actually originated from them. Could he use these three fellows' paths directly? He did not even need to convert anything. The three true paths were all paths that led directly to the source. Could he use them all? There was a high probability of that. It seemed like he could not use these now, but Fang Ping actually still had the three gates of origin and the gate of void. It was just that they had been isolated. What if he used them again? If he incorporated the three paths into the Sanjiao Gate, could he directly fight for the control of the source with Heavenly Emperor? What the three emperors left behind was actually this. He was the backup, and the reincarnations of the three emperors were the support, preserving the existence of the Tao for him. After he obtained the Tao, he would then fight for the control of the source? Therefore, the real final blow was the control of the source. Fang Ping thought of many things, but he did not want to think about it. He did not want to think about it. If he thought about it this way, if Old Wang and the other two knew about it, they might break their paths to fulfill his wish. The key was, if they broke their paths, could they still survive? Fang Ping did not know. If they survived, they would become ordinary people. Maybe they would have some strength, but they would never become powerhouses again. No martial arts? Fang Ping was stunned. It could not be. He suddenly thought of Heavenly Emperor Zhan's thoughts. Could it be that he was actually looking forward to Fang Ping breaking his path, and then let the three emperors reincarnate as ordinary people? It was very possible. Could it be that he had even considered the consequences after breaking his path? The sun god saw the rapid change in his expression and found it a little funny. Kid, why are you so surprised? Zhan Yi is not omniscient and omnipotent. Look, he made you, but it is actually not very useful. What can you change? You can't change anything. Fang Ping glanced at him and suddenly said in a muffled voice, Senior, it seems that it is better to fight. The sun god was not angry. He chuckled and said, I have lived longer than him and enjoyed more. That is enough. Senior is open-minded. Since you are open-minded, why did you hide your identity for 8,000 years and not show up no matter what? The sun god smiled faintly. I just didn't have time to deal with you guys. Actually, Sun City is my hometown, the place where I achieved Tao. Of course, it was 40,000 years ago. It was too long ago. Probably not many people still remembered it. Fallen leaves returned to their root. It is quite comfortable to stay here. For the past few thousand years, I have been too lazy to move, but it is not that I have not moved. I have looked for the seed a few times. Actually, I still hope to solve the problem of the three realms. The sun god shook his head and said, The problem has always existed. The three realms is in danger of destruction, so I hope to solve this problem. For the past few thousand years, I have also been running around for this matter. What do you people know? I am solving the problem from the root. Looking for the seed is the best way. Do you have a way now? Of course not. The sun god said unhappily, If there is, why are you still basking in the sun here? You would have gone out to bask in the sun long ago. The seed is impervious to oil and salt, so I say, killing the humans is actually the most convenient. There is no need to delay it anymore. Fang Ping was too lazy to respond. He thought for a while and said, Senior, if we destroy Heavenly Emperor and the others, can the problem be solved? Didn't Hao say it before? It can delay for tens of thousands of years, but in the end it is still reincarnation. So, it must be the seed? That's right. The sun god was much more serious this time. It must be the seed. It is the creator of the origin, the root of the problem. If it does not come forward to solve it, it will not be solved. Tisk. The sun god said disdainfully, Impossible. Of course, it is not completely impossible. Kill Heavenly Emperor and the others, including me. Why, Fang Ping suddenly stopped talking. He understood. The seed was afraid that powerhouses like them would backfire. No, it was already backfire. Therefore, if they were not destroyed, it would not talk to anyone. Do you understand now? Fang Ping understood. He laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly. He had just said that Heavenly Emperor Zhan was naive, but in fact, he was naive. He actually wanted to talk to the seed. How was that possible? Then there is destined to be a battle. Destined. It was unavoidable. Fang Ping exhaled. It was good that he did not give himself too many extravagant hope. It was quite good. Senior, can I borrow some star stones? The sun god was stunned for a moment. Kid, are we familiar? You actually want to borrow this from me. Why are you so thick-skinned? Fang Ping said with a serious face. When a fellow villager sees a fellow villager, both eyes are filled with tears. Senior, you said it yourself. You are from Sun City, then so am I. We are fellow villager, authentic fellow villager. Now Sun City is also in danger of destruction, our hometown is in danger. As a senior, as a fellow villager, now that you have become rich, we juniors are not doing it for ourselves, but for our hometown. Now we are looking for you to borrow some surplus food to solve the crisis. Of course, it is best if you can lend it to us, senior. If you don't, we will not scold you for being rich and heartless, for not caring about the life and death of your hometown, nor will we use moral coercion on you. Moral coercion is the most tasteless, we will not do it. It is just that we are in trouble, so we are here to ask if we can borrow it and find a way out. The sun god clicked its tongue. Oh, you have a sharp tongue. Do you think I still care about this? Do I still care about my pride? I have lived for 40,000 years, and I have long since stopped caring. You still want to use moral coercion on me? You are thinking too much. The sun god looked indifferent. He had long stopped caring. What was Fong Ping thinking? Fong Ping gritted his teeth. He was stubborn, indeed difficult to deal with. Senior, does the Celestial Emperor want to kill you? Probably so. Does Seed want to kill you? Probably. Probably so. What about the Emperor and the others? The sun god said faintly, probably so too. What about it? They may want to, but they can't kill me. But, Senior, don't you think that it is very troublesome to be watched? I am willing to be this scavenger and clean up this trash for you. Senior, you are disdainful to do it yourself. Then, I will help you solve these small problems. How about that? I have a disciple. Heavenly King Subduer can't do it. Fong Ping sold out the Heavenly King Subduer directly. Even if he can become stronger, he will die if he breaks 100 million now. No matter how strong he becomes, I am afraid he can't do it. What do you think, Senior? The sun god raised his eyebrows. You make it sound like breaking 100 million is very easy. Those who can break 100 million, you can count them yourself. Among the 7 of them, who is not an invincible prodigy in the 3 realms. If Subduer can break 100 million, that will be my greatest success. Do you think you will be stronger than him? Why not? Fong Ping smiled. I have the 3 emperors to invest in me. I still have the capital. I am also related to Seed. This may be deliberately caused by Heavenly King Zhan. I think if I see Seed, there may be some different effects. If that is the case, why am I not qualified for Senior to invest in me? It is just a risk investment. Senior, you will not lose anything. I think even if you have star stones now, absorbing them will probably not have any effect. If that is the case, why is it not worth using these useless trash to invest in a person who has hope to change something? Previously, you vowed to kill all the old antiques. Fong Ping smiled. If Senior invests, then that is easy. If I don't invest, will you kill me? Fong Ping smiled. How is that possible? I am also not Senior's opponent. If we are opponents, you will kill me. If we are opponents, then Senior will miss such an investment opportunity. Why bother? The sun god was deep in thought, thinking while eating the dragon's tail. The panicked cat tried to break free from his hand again and again. This old man was so powerful. He grabbed its head and it could not break free. Just as the sun god was still eating, Fong Ping and the others were stunned in the next moment. Pooey! At this moment, the cat suddenly spat out a large mouthful of saliva, spraying all over the dragon's tail. It was anxious. If you do not give it to me, I will disgust you. The sun god was also stunned. It looked at the cat, then at the dragon's tail, and suddenly cursed. You are a trash can. You even spit saliva in a trash can. Is this thing still edible? Somewhat disgusted, the sun god stuffed the dragon's tail into the cat's mouth. This huge tail was compressed by him like a barbecue skewer. In fact, it was not big, so it was stuffed in at once. Then, the sun god slapped the proud cat away and wiped his hands on the cat's fur. Fong Ping looked at it with a toothache. This cat was really miserable. In the past, no one could beat it. Now anyone could beat it. Heavenly Emperor Reverse beat it, the sun god beat it, The divine emperor beat it. How miserable! Investing in you is not impossible. The sun god slapped the cat away and laughed. I do have some star stones. I picked them up in the past, and there are still some left. However, even if they are not valuable to me, there is no reason to give them away for free. As for me, I don't have high requirements. I only have one disciple. When I go to the source, the celestial emperor and the others will fight me to the death. You just need to get the town out. As for the rest, I don't expect you. Remember, it's not as simple as killing an emperor to get it out. You have to walk the 3 emperors' Tao and take out the Tao fruit too. As he said that, he added, also, it's not that simple. The town is also a powerhouse close to G and the others. If you want to get him out, you can't just kill a guy like Desolation. If that guy continues to get stronger, you may have to kill one of the 7 to get him out. Fang Ping's eyebrows twitched and he smiled. That's it? Fang Ping said lightly. Heavenly King subduing is one of us. Freeing him is a given. But since the senior said so, then it can't be better. It's something that I can do in passing. You talk big. The sun god smiled faintly. Kill one of the 7. Who can you kill? Try and you'll know. Fang Ping said quickly. How many star stones can you borrow, senior? 1 piece. Fang Ping's face darkened. In the next moment, his expression was extremely strange. Yes, 1 piece. The sun god really took out 1 piece. The key was, the ones given by Emperor West were all the size of eggs, but the one given by the sun god was the size of a wash basin. This was 1 piece? There seemed to be nothing wrong with it. The sun god said casually, when it was just broken, there were many of these things. I thought it was a hindrance, so I didn't pick up many. I just wanted to keep it as a souvenir. After all, it was the only star of origin between heaven and earth. Who knew that you guys would treat it as a treasure? If I had known earlier, I would have picked up more. Unfortunately, they were all gone. Fang Ping swallowed his saliva. He did not say anything and took it directly. Seeing this, the sun god said, You've asked what you should and given what you should. Get lost. You can't come here next time. If I don't let you find it, you'll never find it in your lifetime. As for the seed, don't ask me. Find it yourself. If you really want to find it, you'll definitely find it. I can't find it now. If I want to find it, it'll take a lot of effort. Fang Ping laughed. Of course, but Senior, Commander Li is a descendant of King Zhen. King Zhen is the younger brother of King Zhen. It's you. Before he finished speaking, the sun god complained, Pull strings? Get close? Zhen is my disciple, but Zhen isn't. That guy is too useless. He wanted to be my disciple, but I kicked him away. I didn't accept him as a disciple at all. But Zhen was taught martial arts by Zhen. He can barely be considered my grand disciple. The sun god glanced at Li Zhen, whose face had darkened. After thinking for a while, he threw a small white ball to him and curled his lip. This is for you. Next time, don't use my name to deceive people. You're not my disciple. You can't afford to lose face. Li Zhen cursed in his heart. He wanted to throw this thing away. It was too humiliating. However, Fang Ping's eyes were bright. F***ck. This old man was really rich. What was this? It was a small seed projection. F***ck. Did the old man tear it off when he was fighting with the seed? Li Zhen, this fool, actually wanted to throw it away. Throw it away. Fang Ping did not bat an eyelid. He pressed Li Zhen down. Then, with a wave of his hand, he grabbed the big cat back. Without another word, he flew away. On the sun god's side, cooperation was out of the question. Fang Ping could already feel that it would not work out. The sun god was not prepared to cooperate with him at all because Fang Ping was not qualified enough. However, Fang Ping did not care. Today's trip was worth it. He had also profited. After Fang Ping and the others left, the sun god continued to drink the coconut juice. As he drank, the sun god raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at the basket beside him. There was a basket full of coconuts earlier. It seemed like a few were missing. The sun god curled his lips and said to himself, "So poor that they have no food to eat? Stealing this? I remember that the seaside is full of them. These people are really ignorant." Too lazy to say anything else, the sun god closed his eyes and continued to drink the coconut juice. At his level, who cared about heavenly materials and earthly treasures? They were just ordinary coconuts. These fellows just now were not ordinary people. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 1448. In the sky above Yang City. Li Zhen looked at Fang Ping strangely. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was very calm. He casually dug out a coconut from the ash cat's claws, shook it a little, poked a hole in it, and drank a mouthful. He shook his head and tossed it to Li Zhen. Li Zhen took it in a daze, not understanding where this coconut had come from. He turned his head and thought about it. He was secretly speechless. This man and cat were a perfect match. Plucking the feathers from the geese. Li Zhen wanted to ask about the situation, but Fang Ping said calmly, "Don't speak. If you speak, if I feel like I'm not from this world and leave you guys behind, then it'll be your responsibility." Li Zhen sucked in a deep breath, a bitter smile on his face. With this accusation, there was really no way he could take the blame. If Fang Ping ran away, what would happen to the humans? Fang Ping was right. If he really felt that he did not belong to this world and left everything he had, would anyone chase after him? He really didn't. Celestial Emperor and the others' goal was to exterminate the human race and use the seeds to fill the hole. It was not like they had to kill Fang Ping. Without Fang Ping messing around, they would probably be more than happy to do so. At this moment, Li Zhen had already made up his mind. He would pretend he hadn't heard anything today. Fang Ping was still the same Fang Ping. However, Li Zhen still hesitated for a moment before sending a voice transmission. "Be careful not to be fooled by him. This old man feels somewhat similar to you and Zhang Tao." Fang Ping looked at him dangerously. What did he mean? Li Zhen acted as though he did not see it and continued, "Yes, that's the feeling. It's not very reliable. After all, Zhang Tiandi has been dead for so many years, and no one has come out to confront him. If you are his chess piece, and he is purposely making you lower your guard." He had worked with Zhang Tao for so many years, and he knew that Zhang Tao was only telling lies when he was telling the truth. You won't be able to tell the real from the fake. However, there were still some things that he had to be wary of. Fang Ping did not care. He did not use voice transmission either. He said casually, "He's stronger than me. He can say whatever he wants. It's up to me whether I believe him or not." The Yang spirit was much stronger than him, so he could say whatever he wanted. Yes is yes, no is no. Just be on guard. Fang Ping would never trust anyone easily. In the past few years, he had suspected everyone. However, what the Yang god said this time might not be false. Fang Ping also had a judgment in his heart. In terms of motive, Sun God's motive for creating this accident was not too obvious. On the other hand, Heavenly Emperor Zhan did have this motive. Fang Ping stopped thinking about this. He was thinking about something else. Since the Heavenly Battle Arch created the system, he must have a body, or rather, a source of energy. Where is it? Fang Ping felt that it might not be on him. Or perhaps it wasn't on the physical body. The system was Fang Ping's own definition. Previously, it was just a few simple lines of data. After that, it was slowly upgraded to this. This was similar to the terminal self-upgrade. If the Heaven Battling Arch had created it back then, it might have been very simple and crude. However, as time passed, it was upgraded and perfected. Regardless of all these, Fang Ping only cared about where the system was. If he could find it, would his power still be there? Actually, Fang Ping did not care too much about this energy. Even if the system had stored a large amount of energy, he might not be able to absorb much of it. Moreover, what he needed now was to expand the source world. It was mainly because of Lao Wang and the other two. This was the power left behind by the three emperors. What would happen if the three of them absorbed it? Would they become stronger? Even if it was a power of the same origin, it might be strengthened a lot. Fang Ping suddenly looked at the gray cat. The gray cat was holding a compressed dragon tail in its mouth, looking at Fang Ping curiously. "Fat cat, help me find the source of the energy." After saying that, Fang Ping condensed some vitality force again. Right now, he still had hundreds of billions of wealth points. He could convert a large amount of energy. The gray cat stared at him for a while, then stared at the vitality force for a while. It shook its head slightly. It could not find it. Fang Ping frowned, staring at it. "You can't find it? You fat cat, when you first saw me, you realized that the energy wasn't mine. Can't you realize it now?" The gray cat said innocently, "I might have seen this thing before, but I was beaten silly by that old man. I must have forgotten about it." Fang Ping felt tired. However, the gray cat had seen it before? Fang Ping fell into deep thought. The gray cat might have seen it before. When it was young, the heavenly battle Dharch had also gone to the cat palace. He did not know if it was to observe this trash can or for something else. Anyway, it had seen the gray cat. The heaven-destroying emperor and the heaven-Batian emperor had actually seen the gray cat before. That gray cat had seen the system's body. It was possible. No, Fang Ping suddenly thought of something and asked, "Did you see it in the cat palace or outside?" The green cat was confused. "What?" Fang Ping, on the other hand, had some clues. Actually, Fang Ping had not seen Heavenly Battle Dharch much. However, he had gone to Heavenly Battle Palace to rescue Heavenly Hound. He had been imprisoned there for a period of time, and in the end, he had self-destructed and escaped. Did the gray cat see the real body there? Also, in the secret territory, the Azure Cat had actually left a projection at the Combat Heavenly Palace, leaving behind the second cat. This was actually very unusual. The Azure Cat had been to many places, but the 9 Imperial clans had been to many more places than the Heaven-Battling Emperor's clan. Then why would he leave a projection at the Heavenly Thearcha's side? Among the 9 emperors, only the third cat was on Emperor Ling's side. Combat Heavenly Palace, Fang Ping mumbled to himself. No way? Could it be that the main body of the system had always been in the Combat Heavenly Palace? The Combat Heavenly Palace was with him, but Fang Ping had not used it for a long time. It seemed like an ordinary palace. When he was weak, he thought it was quite powerful. Now, Fang Ping had almost forgotten about it. Could it be here? If it's not in the Combat Heavenly Palace, then it's in Sun City or the Seed. Fang Ping knew in his heart. These were the 3 places. Heaven-Battling Emperor was also a homebody type. At least, from some of the known experiences, under normal circumstances, this fellow was holed up in the Combat Heavenly Palace. Sun City was Sun God's territory. Heaven-Battling Emperor might not choose this place. As for the Seed had a consciousness. Heaven-Battling Emperor might not dare to place it there. If he placed it in the Combat Heavenly Palace, powerhouses would not be attracted to Combat Heavenly Palace. The strongest possessor was the Demon Emperor. He would definitely not discover these. Heart. Combat Heavenly Palace. Fang Ping suddenly thought of the time when he found Heaven-Battling Emperor's heart in the Combat Heavenly Palace. The heart was condensed from Heaven-Battling Emperor's strength. That heart was definitely not Heaven-Battling Emperor's. At most, it was condensed from some strength. Then, why was a heart born? Heaven-Battling Emperor's strength leaked out, so a heart was born? Fang Ping seemed to have grasped the clue. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot. The gray cat disappeared in an instant too. Li Zhen looked left and right, feeling a little helpless. These fellows were now powerful. They were elusive. He was so embarrassed. Holding the small white seed in his hand, Li Zhen gritted his teeth. This thing. I'll keep it for myself. He would eat it when he got back. He had also achieved Heavenly King Realm now, but he was still too weak. After eating this seed, he did not know if he could achieve 7 or 8 breakthroughs. Star Town. Jiang Hao's vision blurred. Fang Ping appeared instantly. Where did the Demon Emperor find the heart back then? Jiang Hao saw that it was Fang Ping, but he did not care anymore. He thought for a while and said, Myriad Worlds Palace? It should be, when he went to the Mystic Realm back then, I think he found it there. His memory is a little fuzzy. Myriad Worlds Palace is not the Mystic Realm where Heaven Battling Emperor was. Jiang Hao did not quite understand what he meant. He said hesitantly, I'm really not too sure. It's a little fuzzy. Fang Ping made a judgment in his heart. It might not be Myriad Worlds Palace. Instead, it was found at Heaven Battling Emperor's level. Perhaps Heaven Battling Emperor had always been by his side. That projection knew more things than he imagined. Xu Xiang should know. Fang Ping did not care about this. The system's main body might be hidden in Combat Heavenly Palace. Ignoring Jiang Hao's astonishment, Fang Ping suddenly took out Combat Heavenly Palace. Combat Heavenly Palace appeared instantly. Fang Ping went inside. Jiang Hao thought for a while and followed him into Combat Heavenly Palace. Combat Heavenly Palace was as usual. It was not big and simple. There was a main hall, backyard, study, bedroom, and training room. It was that simple. Fang Ping quickly appeared in the backyard. There were 2 bedrooms in the backyard. One was built by the Demon Emperor himself later on. The other was originally Heaven Battling Emperor's. Fang Ping thought of the first time he came here. He saw a figure on top of Heaven Battling Emperor's bedroom, looking up at the sky. It seemed a little lonely. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. He appeared above Combat Heavenly Palace's bedroom instantly. He knew that there was no Heaven Battling Emperor's projection here. If there was, it would definitely attract the attention of powerhouses. The remnant of Heaven Battling Emperor's projection meant that he often stood on the roof and looked at something. What was he looking at? As a martial artist, Fang Ping's memory was still very deep. The place where he appeared was exactly the same as the projection's position that day. At this moment, he imitated the posture of the remnant of the projection, looking up at the sky. In Combat Heavenly Palace, he did not find any remaining traces of power. Where did Heaven Battling Emperor hide the thing? At this moment, Fang Ping raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky above Combat Heavenly Palace was the same as the outside world. There was nothing unusual. Fang Ping looked for a while. His eyes moved again. This angle, at this moment, the cat also flew over. Imitating Fang Ping, it raised its fat head and looked at the sky. It asked curiously, "Why are you looking at the immortal source?" "Yes, the immortal source." Fang Ping squinted his eyes. It was very strange. From this angle, no matter how he looked, what was reflected in his eyes was the immortal source. Back then, Fang Ping did not care about this matter. Now that he looked again, Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Not in Combat Heavenly Palace? But in the immortal source? Heaven Battling Emperor actually hid the thing under the nose of the Celestial Emperors and the others? Everyone valued the immortal source very much. However, they would not touch it easily. Whoever touched the immortal source would be going against the Celestial Emperors and the 9 Emperors. Immortal source. If the immortal source is destroyed, this thing will be gone, Fang Ping murmured. If the immortal source was destroyed, then there would be no system. Without the system, there would be no follow-up. What was Heaven Battling Emperor thinking back then? Did he think that if the immortal source plan was not continued, there would be no need for him to take revenge? If the immortal source plan was not continued, did it mean that the Celestial Emperors and the others had given up on the plan to devour the 3 realms? Did he still have some good intentions? Fang Ping had some thoughts in his mind. Without thinking further, he suddenly sat down cross-legged. A huge star stone appeared in his hand. He wanted to absorb the star stone and become more powerful. Then, he would go to ninth heaven to take a look. The main body of the system might be there, but the Spirit Emperor was there too. When he became stronger, he would go and take a look. If it was there, he would take it back. Perhaps Heaven-battling Emperor did not only leave behind these things. Or perhaps there were more things left behind. Otherwise, could he really fight against the Celestial Emperors and the others with just a system? If Heaven-battling Emperor had left this thing behind, he might have made more arrangements. Fong Ping sneered and stopped thinking about it. A dead person, a powerhouse who was regarded as naive by all the powerhouses, actually left behind a backup plan like the system. Who in the three realms would have thought of this? Just as Fong Ping began to absorb the Star Stone. Origin. Somewhere in the void, a group of people were drinking wine, eating meat, chatting, and chatting. The Heavenly King Subduing was holding a banquet. At this time, the Heavenly King Subduing was carefree, his face contorted. He laughed out loud and said, "I finally don't have to think about those **T things anymore. I'll leave it to those bastards to think about it. Damn, I've contributed, but I'm still suspected every day. How annoying. Now that I'm free, everyone, come often when you're free. Eat and drink when you want. Enjoy every day." Many powerhouses came in the surroundings today. God Creation Envoy, Book Fragrance, Heavenly Dog, Qin Feng Qing. Almost all the new emperors had arrived, including a few veteran emperors. The weak did not dare to come, but the powerful emperors, Earthly Emperor, and Dong Wang were all here. Dong Wang held his wine cup and took a sip. He was reminiscing a little and chuckled. There's news from the human world. Fong Ping went to Sun City and might have met the Sun God. Zhen, aren't you curious about what your master and Fong Ping talked about? Curious? The Heavenly King Subduing said indifferently, what can they talk about? The possibility of that old fellow participating is not high. You guys can do whatever you want. It's best if the Source Land's calamity is resolved. He can continue to be carefree. No, he can continue to be carefree even if he loses the energy he absorbed back then. Why would he care about you guys? That's true. In the three realms, he's the most carefree. Dong Wang laughed and continued to drink. He said slowly, then tell me, what is Fong Ping doing now? Improve his strength and find an opportunity to kill you guys. It's that simple. Heavenly King Zhen chuckled. You guys have your own plans. Some guys can't wait for him to cause trouble. In the past few years, he's been fine. Maybe there's someone protecting him in secret. Some people don't necessarily want the Celestial Emperor to destroy the human race and swallow the seed. Everyone chuckled. The human emperor also smiled faintly. The Celestial Emperor is no longer the Celestial Emperor of the past. If he didn't want to kill the 9 emperors, he should have destroyed the human race a few years ago to perfect the source and the origin. But he's too ambitious. He wants to destroy us too. Naturally, everyone has to resist. Heavenly King Zhen said disapprovingly, how normal. The power of the source should belong to him. You guys, including us, have all stolen his power. He didn't care in the past. Now that he realized that his strength is not enough, and you guys still want to cause trouble, if he doesn't kill you guys, who will he kill? When the Celestial Emperor discovered the source, he preached with the intention of sharing. But gradually, when the 9 emperors became stronger, these also had their own thoughts. In addition, there were flaws in the Source Land. The Celestial Emperor alone suppressed the biggest crack. The others could still go out, but he couldn't. How could he be willing? 8,000 years ago, he was schemed against. Master and disciple turned against each other, not to mention now. Now the Celestial Emperor's attitude was also very obvious. Even if he didn't show it, the emperors could feel it. Dong Wang chuckled and said, the Celestial Emperor wants to destroy the emperors. This has been expected a few years ago. I'm actually a little curious. How does he plan to do it? It's been so many years. Actually, there have been a few opportunities. Why hasn't he made a move? Must he wait for the immortal source to mature? Dong Wang was puzzled. When the immortal source matures, he can indeed swallow the immortal source to solve most of the problems and escape. But we also have a chance to escape at that time. Isn't he worried? Unless, Dong Wang looked around and smiled. Unless the Celestial Emperor has made arrangements and is sure that we can't escape. Heavenly King subduing drank and said casually, "It's so simple. Do, Qiong, Hao, Hong, Ji, some of them are his people. Or they have reached an agreement with my master. It's that simple." Hearing this, Dong Wang laughed. "What you said makes sense. Either there were people of the Celestial Emperor among the powerhouses, or the Sun God had agreed to cooperate with the Celestial Emperor. The Sun God also hoped that the trouble in the Source Land could be solved. This way, he didn't have to return the power of the Source Land. Even if Heavenly King subduing mentioned him, Dong Wang didn't think there was anything wrong. They chatted and talked nonsense as if there was nothing they didn't talk about. The previous hatred and schemes seemed to have been put down. Their attitudes after becoming emperor and before becoming emperor seemed to be completely different. They were all emperors, and they were all trapped in the Source Land. Everyone seemed to have a little more sense of identity. At this time, Heavenly King subduing smiled and said, "Everyone, Hao said before that it's not that the Source Land can't be solved. It's not that there's no way to solve it peacefully. For example, guarding it for 10,000 years? Or 1,000 years. Actually, I think this method isn't bad." As soon as he finished speaking, Earth Sovereign said indifferently, "It's a good idea, but it's just a fantasy. Unless the development of the Source Land is restricted and the current number of origin warriors is maintained, we can't continue to let people become emperors. Apart from that, every time the origin warriors die, we need to replenish the number. It can't be more or less. In addition, we can't become stronger. If we become stronger, the Source Land will not be able to bear the burden." Earth Sovereign said with a smile, "Who can be so selfless and maintain it forever? If we are not careful, it will be big trouble. Also, the so-called shift system is not that reliable. How many people go out? How many people watch over it? Those who go out, can they rest assured that others will guard their Source Land? Will the people inside be like Celestial, secretly searching for the location of your Tao fruit and find a chance to kill you? Don't you know how Huang died? Who can rest assured? Outside, they are also on tenterhook. Inside, they are not willing to be lonely." The Earth Sovereign shook his head. "The idea is not bad, but in reality, it is impossible to do. If the trouble of the origin is not resolved, no one will be at ease to entrust their lives to others." When the Earth Sovereign said this, everyone fell silent. At this time, the God Creation Envoy interrupted, "The seed has consciousness. Other than exterminating the human race, is there no way to eliminate the seed's consciousness? For example, forcefully capturing the seed, exterminating its consciousness, and letting it fill the pit?" As soon as he said this, the human emperor said faintly, "Forcefully capture? Let's put it this way, although the seed is affected by some things and cannot take the initiative to attack us, but if we really force the seed will self-destruct, and the three realms will be completely annihilated." The seed could not be killed. Unless he had the ability to continue to maintain the existence of the three realms after the seed was extinguished. This would not do, and that would not do. The Heavenly Hound said impatiently, "So there's nothing to talk about? Sooner or later, we will still have to fight?" The Earth Sovereign smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to talk about it. If we can talk about it, we would have already agreed on it a few years ago. Why wait until now?" Heavenly King Zhen Wang drank the wine in his cup and laughed. "Then what do you think we should do? Exterminate the human race? To be honest, only you, Do, and Hao's attitude is unclear. What do you think? The Earth Sovereign smiled. What else can I have in mind? The three realms are not ruled by us. In the end, it is up to them. Dongwang glanced at him. That was not what you said back then. The Earth Sovereign said calmly, that was the past. I didn't think much back then. Things are different now. As I said, I am old now. Old? The people present couldn't help but laugh. He was quite old, but Hao and Zhen were actually slightly older than him. How was he old? The Earth Sovereign didn't care. He looked at Heavenly King Zhenwang and asked curiously, Zhen, you switched from beginner martial arts to origin martial arts. Now you have integrated two martial arts. After you become a sovereign, your abilities have increased, but you may not be stronger than the beginner martial arts you have been practicing. I am confused. What is the difference between integrating two martial arts? They also switched from beginner martial arts to origin martial arts, but they all switched completely. Heavenly King Zhenwang was different. He cultivated two martial arts and then integrated them into one. The most powerful in history. Heaven Sovereign completely switched to origin martial arts. Yang Spirit had always been at beginner martial arts. Heaven Reverse Emperor started with beginner martial arts and then origin martial arts. No one cultivated two martial arts and integrated them into one before becoming a sovereign. Earthly Sovereign was confused. What was different about Heavenly King Zhenwang? If Heavenly King Zhenwang was more powerful and had a combat strength over 100 million, then was it worthwhile for him to make all these years? If he had focused on beginner martial arts, should he have reached the 9th rank by now? Or should he have a combat strength over 100 million? Heavenly King Zhenwang was known as the second most powerful man after Zhan Tian. He had spent so much time and energy to integrate two martial arts, but he had not achieved much. Of course, for the Beast King and the others, it was already incredible that Heavenly King Zhenwang could surpass them as soon as he became a sovereign. But for the powerful warriors present, it was not enough. Heavenly King Zhenwang smiled. What is the difference? There is no difference. My physical body is stronger, closer to the beginner martial arts. But other than that, there is no difference. The Earth Sovereign smiled and asked no more. This was a personal secret. It was normal for Heavenly King Zhenwang not to share. It was just that he had some doubts, so he mentioned it. The subduing Heavenly King did not continue this topic. He ate and drank, and suddenly said, the intelligence of the seed is built on the current human race. If most of the current human race dies, will its intelligence dissipate? And those children whose minds are not yet complete can actually not die? The human emperor frowned slightly and interrupted. You want to find a way out for the human race? Zhen, you are thinking too simply. Even if the seed's intelligence is gone now, when the human race grows up again, it will continue to give birth to intelligence. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor and the others said that killing 30% of the human race would be enough, but I think they want to exterminate the entire human race. After the human emperor finished speaking, he smiled and said, the Heavenly Emperor and the others mean to create a new species similar to the Earth realm. It is mainly composed of energy and is no longer a life form of blood and qi. This way, they will not be controlled by the seed and the three realms will continue to exist. Prosperity without the human race is still the same. Heavenly King Zhenwang was silent. The God Creation Envoy shook his head slightly and sighed. Actually, there is still a way to transform the human race into the humans of the Earth realm. Back then, the transformation of the Earth realm was also completed in this way. The power required is too much. The Earth Emperor said slowly, we need to sacrifice more than half of the human race, and after the transformation, it may not be the same as the Earth realm. There may be some drawbacks, such as being unable to give birth to descendants, so the difficulty is also very high, so high that we may not have the chance to complete it. The seed is not without consciousness. If you continue to transform it, it will not agree. The atmosphere became more and more depressing. Heavenly King Zhen Wang drank another mouthful of wine, raised his head and smiled. I understand, there is still no way to break out of this situation. It seems that there is no room for negotiation. Now, I don't think about this anymore. I only think, when will Fang Ping come back to the source, and I don't know who will die next. This 3 realms. Sometimes it is really boring. After saying this, Heavenly King Zhen Wang laughed loudly and disappeared in an instant. The various emperors also looked at each other for a while. Soon, they all laughed and disappeared on the spot. There was no way to talk. Next, a great battle was bound to break out. Heavenly King Zhen Wang had lost all hope today. And the powerhouses present would probably have their own choices next. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1449. 9th Heaven. A huge immortal source illuminated the 3 realms. The immortal source was still covered in red blood vessels. Below the immortal source, a beautiful figure sat cross-legged, quiet, lonely, like a statue. Guard the immortal source. In the past, this was the task of the other emperors. She would come to cause trouble and mock them from time to time. But today she was the one guarding this place. Even if she did not want to, she still came. The Celestial Emperor's order. What was the immortal source? It was the lifeline of the 3 realms. It controlled the lifeline of all the powerhouses of the 3 realms. How many people could get rid of the immortal source? Other than those emperors, only a few people in the 3 realms could get rid of the immortal source. Guarding the immortal source was to prevent the martial artists of the 3 realms from destroying it and escaping. This was not guarding, but cutting off the hope of the martial artists of the 3 realms. I've finally lived to the point where I don't want to live anymore, an unspoken murmur sounded in his heart. Spirit Emperor did not open his eyes. Guarding the immortal source meant that he was destined to be the enemy of the 3 realms. It was not that nothing happened these days. For example, in 8th Heaven, there were frequent sounds of movement and curses. At this moment, in 8th Heaven, another voice sounded. Someone scolded loudly, "Little girl, you are too cold-blooded. My brother Shur has been your bootlicker for tens of thousands of years. You are not even willing to cut off his path above the immortal source. Are you still human? No, you are not human since a long time ago. To think that my brother Shur advised Fang Ping not to fight his way up to 9th Heaven and snatch you to be his wife. You are so black-hearted. You have an old lover and you have forgotten about brother Shur? Get lost." The last one was scolded by Shurpo. Very soon, Shurpo's voice was heard. "Fatty Ling, what did that old fellow Celestial Emperor give you? I am not more handsome than him? Not younger than him? Not stronger than him? If he wants you to guard, then guard. Why do you have to listen to him? Fatty Ling, guarding the immortal source is not a good thing. Fang Ping will come sooner or later. Definitely. The immortal source controls billions of people. How can he give it up? Right now, this place is the most dangerous. If Fang Ping kills his way here and no one from the source box comes to help, you're dead meat." Sherpa said loudly, "The Celestial Emperor wants to protect the celestial origin. I'm afraid the others can't wait for Fang Ping to kill him and kill you. Then, they'll wait for the Celestial Emperor to make a move and test the Celestial Emperor's strength. I understand that, so how can you not? Even though Fang Ping promised Old Cat and Little Purple that he would spare you twice, this kid is cruel and merciless. His heart is black and hard. Last time, he cheated and lost one chance. If he does it again, you'll definitely die next time. Fatty Spirit, why don't you rely on Fang Ping? Fang Ping is not isolated and helpless in the origin. There's still a young god in the human world. Maybe he'll be roped in by Fang Ping. If this goes on, no one can save you." Sherpa roared loudly, his voice coming from the 8th heaven. He and Luan were now partners. Tian Go had proven his Tao, Tian Chun had been imprisoned, those who had proven their Tao in the 3 realms had proven their Tao, those who had accepted their fates accepted their fates. He and Luan didn't want to accept their fates, they still wanted to survive. The way to break through the immortal source was their current goal. And the Spirit Emperor who guarded the immortal source happened to be Shi Po's old acquaintance. At this moment, the two of them had been clamoring in the 8th heaven for a few days, brainwashing non-stop. One scolded and the other persuaded, their cooperation was quite tacit. The Spirit Emperor turned a deaf ear, but frowned slightly. Obviously, he was still a little affected, but he was unwilling to reply. At this moment, Shi Po suddenly said sadly, "All right, I won't talk about this anymore. I'll ask one more thing, those few hands that tried to kill me back then, were you the first one?" The Spirit Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly, "So what if it was me? It's really you?" Shi Po couldn't believe it, his tone full of sorrow. "It's really you? That day when Dongwang told me, I still couldn't believe it. You want to kill me?" Silence. Shi Po said sadly, "You want to kill me? You really want to kill me? We've known each other for a long time. After you proved your Tao, I knew that I wasn't good enough for you, so I pretended to be crazy and ruined my reputation. I just wanted to let others know that it was me who wanted to ruin your purity, and that it wasn't you who abandoned me after you proved your Tao. I thought that there would at least be some feelings left. Who knew? Who knew that the first one who wanted to kill me would be you? How did you become so heartless? So cold-blooded? Does becoming an emperor mean destroying humanity, destroying lust? If that's the case, then it's fine if I don't become an emperor." Hearing this, Luan said in disbelief, "Brother Shi, you two knew each other before you proved your Tao? You had an affair back then? This woman dumped you after she found a higher position? She still wants to kill you? Damn, isn't that Pan Jinlian who killed Wu Dalong? This woman is actually so despicable." Boom! A jade-like hand broke through the barrier and instantly attacked Luan. Even if the Spirit Emperor didn't want to care, he couldn't help but attack. He even scolded, "Shi Po, you're asking for death. You dare to ruin my reputation. What old lover?" They did know each other before they proved their Tao, but it wasn't as ambiguous as Shi Po said. They were just strangers who met by chance. Shi Po, this B***starred, actually deliberately caused chaos. He deserved to die. The Spirit Emperor's eyes were filled with anger. Despicable, despicable. Shi Po, this lecher, was getting more and more despicable. The jade-like palm hit 8th heaven, causing it to shake. Shi Po and Luan's faces had already turned pale. They fled frantically toward the catacombs. Li Zhu was there, and Fang Ping was near the catacombs. The Spirit Emperor didn't dare to act recklessly. They'd run first. As for Shi Po, he said hurriedly, "Fatty Spirit, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We knew each other from the start. You did abandon me after you got me, did you forget? We used to team up to explore the origin, but after you proved your Tao we stopped exploring. Didn't you abandon your teammates? It's a misunderstanding, it's all because of this B***starred Luan. I don't know him, don't be angry." Luan was scolding crazily. "This B***starred, if you didn't say it so ambiguously just now, why would I think of this?" The two of them threw the blame to each other. The Spirit Emperor's pretty eyes were filled with killing intent, her palms striking through multiple heavens. There was a loud boom. Shi Po and Luan were sent flying, blood spurting out. The Spirit Emperor snorted, her palm dissipating, leaving Shi Po and Luan looking at each other, their faces full of depression. The Spirit Emperor didn't want to kill them. They were also the few top powerhouses in the 3 realms. Plus, they were on good terms with the humans. If she really killed them, Fang Ping might really come for her immediately. Although the Spirit Emperor wasn't afraid of him, guarding the immortal origin was the top priority. At this moment, she also didn't want to have a conflict with Fong Ping. Plus, Sherpa was considered an old acquaintance. This guy had always been so despicable. The Spirit Emperor was more or less used to this despicable guy. As for Luan, she was just playing the role of Tengu back then. In the turbulent void, Luan and Sherpa looked depressed. Luan couldn't help but scold in a low voice, "Useless, you're so stubborn. Big Rock, you can't even handle your old lover, but what's with him controlling our Tao? If he breaks the Tao's control, I'll break 9 today and prove my Tao tomorrow, then I'll have some confidence. Do I really have to learn from that stupid dog? If it wasn't for the fact that Dong Wang didn't want to kill him, he would be dead by proving his Tao." Among the powerhouses who proved their Tao that day, only that fool Tengu didn't get rid of the Tao's control. If Dong Wang, who was guarding the immortal origin that day, was willing, he could break the Tao at any time and seriously injure Tengu. The powerhouses of the 3 realms saw this and remembered it in their hearts. Even if someone could break through now, they wouldn't dare to, afraid of becoming the Emperor's food. The 2 of them had been lingering here recently. They wanted to release the Tao through Sherpa and the Spirit Emperor's old friendship. The fake Tao became the real Tao and was no longer controlled by the immortal origin. The dream was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. The Spirit Emperor didn't care about them at all. If he hadn't gone overboard today, he wouldn't have bothered with them. Sherpa was also depressed and said helplessly, "If it doesn't work, I'll find Fong Ping and the others to think of a way. Anyway, Fong Ping won't give up the immortal origin. Everyone is waiting for him to clash with Fatty Ling. When the time comes, they can fish in troubled waters. Unfortunately, this isn't the first time. Now that the Celestial Emperor and the Divine Emperor are also watching, there might not be a chance. Last time, the Emperors let down their guard. They didn't expect the God Creation Envoy to secretly change the pillars and let a few of them escape. Would they still let down their guard now? Everyone had always attached great importance to the immortal origin. Even if no one in the 3 realms could break through the 9 realms, there were still a few emperors guarding it all year round. After that, even if they couldn't spare any manpower, there would still be an emperor avatar guarding it. Now it was also the Spirit Emperor guarding it. The powerhouses of the 3 realms probably wouldn't have the chance to repeat the methods of the God Creation Envoy and the others. It was impossible to lure the Spirit Emperor away. While the 2 of them were talking, Sherpa suddenly widened his eyes. He didn't sense anything and turned his head to look. In the next moment, he also opened his mouth wide and turned to look at Sherpa. It was as if he was saying, "Your mouth has been opened." Someone was coming. Fong Ping. No aura could be seen from Fong Ping's body. He just stood there in the chaotic void with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky, as if he was looking at the immortal origin. They didn't know if Fong Ping had always been here or if he had just arrived. The 2 of them didn't notice him before. They didn't notice anything unusual. Sherpa only felt that this guy suddenly appeared in front of him. Fong Ping, Sherpa swallowed his saliva. "You want to go to the 9th heaven?" Fong Ping seemed to have just noticed them. He tilted his head and smiled faintly. "Afraid of killing your old lover?" Sherpa laughed dryly and quickly said, "If you make a move, the Heavenly Emperor will definitely not sit by and watch. The Divine Emperor and the others can't wait for the Heavenly Emperor to fight you. If the Heavenly Emperor kills you, you can draw out some of the Heavenly Emperor's strength. In fact, the gains do not make up for the losses." Obviously, he was sure that Fong Ping could deal with Emperor Ling. "Immortal origin," Fong Ping murmured, then smiled and said, "Brother Shi, do you think I will give up on the immortal source?" No. Sherpa didn't even think about it. It was impossible for him to give up. This was something that concerned the survival of human martial artists. How could Fong Ping give it up? "Then why are you persuading me?" Fong Ping was still smiling. "Spirit Emperor understands, Celestial Emperor understands, Everyone understands. Whoever is in charge of the immortal source will have to fight with me sooner or later. Whether it is the Ash Cat or Lindsay, they cannot change anything. A spirit emperor was not enough to exchange for the lifeline of a human martial artist. Even if I break my oath and can't hold back, I won't hold back. Although he had promised Lindsay and the cat, he would not be so inflexible. When powerhouses fought, their lives were on the line. Whoever held back might die. Spirit Emperor was not considered weak. The last time they fought, her outburst was close to 85 million calories. Such a powerhouse might not even go all out. How could Fang Ping dare to really relax? Unless the other party really had no strength to fight back and was still alive, then Fang Ping could take advantage of the situation to fulfill his promise. Otherwise, he would not take it too seriously. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at the two of them and smiled. "How's the progress these few days?" Luan said gloomily. "Didn't you see everything?" He did not believe that Fang Ping did not see it. The two of them were beaten down. They were already in such a miserable state, and he still asked about the progress. Fang Ping smiled. "A woman like Spirit Emperor is stubborn. It's useless to just talk. You have to beat her. This kind of woman is used to being arrogant. She looks at everyone high and mighty. Why would she care about you? Beat her up once. If that doesn't work, then beat her up twice. If that doesn't work, then hack her to death. Even if she died, she would feel that her skills were inferior and that her death was not unjust. F***ck, do you think she would care about you?" The two of them were embarrassed. That was really the case. Sherpa said helplessly, "How could we be her match?" Spirit Emperor was very strong. The two of them were not that strong. Even though they had improved a little with the help of the source turbulence, the two of them had only broken through 2 gates and were starting to approach 3 gates. Their vitality was only slightly more than 30 million calories, far from Spirit Emperor's. At this point, Sherpa thought of what happened before and asked hurriedly, "You're going to 9th heaven now?" "Yes." This was too fast. Sherpa muttered in his heart. So fast. It had only been 3 days since the big battle. "You're doing it again." Could it be that Fang Ping had improved again? It had only been 3 days. Fang Ping had indeed improved. After absorbing so many star stones, how could he not improve? He was different from others. Others either improved their physique or their origin Tao. Fang Ping, on the other hand, needed to expand the source world. It was easy for others to reach a limit, but Fang Ping did not. The source world had expanded. Now, it was not even 10,000 meters in diameter. How far was it? Therefore, he still had room to improve. As for the others, many of them had reached the end. The current Fang Ping had improved his strength again, and it was not a small one. Vitality, 0, 31 million calories. Mentality, 0, 310,000 Hz. Force, 3,100. Origin, 62 million calories. Vitality, Jade Bones, 99%. Additional vitality. Qualitative change, Source World, 99 meters. Combat techniques, Chaos Vanquishing Saber techniques, plus 20%. Strength Control, 100%, plus 20%. Maximum vitality, 86. 8 million cal. The star stones had not been completely absorbed. Although Fang Ping did not have a big bottleneck, the source world reaching 10,000 meters was similar to the Great Tao 10,000 meters. There were still some obstacles. Fang Ping did not directly improve to a diameter of more than 10,000 meters. He was stuck at 9,999 meters for a while. Fang Ping did not force it. It was fine as long as his strength improved. The current his explosive force had already exceeded 85 million. This was not counting his saber. If he counted it, it would definitely be 90 million calories. If Spirit Emperor only had the strength of the last time, he would definitely not be as good as Fang Ping. Sometimes it was not just a matter of the difference in data. Fang Ping could accommodate 3,100 force now. His physique was 62 million calories. Spirit Emperor's physique was definitely not as strong as his. These emperors, although their origin no longer increased and had already returned to one, in reality, their physiques looked strong, but they were very superficial. The power of the origin was still the power of the origin. It was just that there was no obvious sense of increase. Their amplification was now at least twice as strong as before. In other words, the Spirit Emperor's physique foundation was at most less than 50 million calories, returning to one. These people's return to one was not successful. Or rather, other than people like the Celestial Emperor and Yang God, the other origin emperors were not considered to have returned to one. There were too many loopholes. The Source World and Great Tao were the biggest loopholes. If they were not filled, how could they return to one? Want to go up and take a look? Fong Ping laughed. Both of them looked at each other. Luan grinned and said, "Of course, if we can take the opportunity to break the control of Great Tao, that's good too." They were not timid. If they were timid, they would not dare to make a ruckus in 8th heaven. Fong Ping walked in the air. All the space cracks retreated as if they had encountered a strong enemy. None of them cut him. Shurpur and Luan looked at each other, shocked. This guy was getting stronger and stronger. His improvement was frightening. "What are the Monster Emperor and the others doing recently?" Fong Ping asked suddenly. Nowadays, there were not many Breaking 8 who had not achieved Tao in the three realms. Other than Chu Wu, there were only the Monster Emperor, handprint, seal, these people. Of course, it was still not a small number. However, after the previous battle, these people were a little shocked. Li Zhu and Hong Kuan had achieved Tao. Heavenly Hound, God Creation Envoy, and the others had succeeded. The people behind them were getting more and more difficult and dangerous. Luan said carelessly, "What else can they do? Wait for death. These guys don't dare to provoke Spirit Emperor, and they don't dare to achieve Tao now. Their cultivation is almost at the end. What else can they do if they don't wait for death?" Fong Ping laughed. Wait for death? No way. None of the Breaking 8 in the three realms would be willing to wait for death. These people probably had their own plans. Unfortunately, their strength was a little weak, and their luck was not good. Without the opportunities of Hong Kuan, Li Zhu, and the others, they might still be a long way from achieving Tao. Of course, there was still hope of breaking through 3 gates and breaking through 9. But how could they break through the broken Tao after 3 gates? How could they break through the control of the immortal source? This was probably what they were having a headache about now. God Creation Envoy Broken Divine Weapon Bone, Grand Kuan Broken Energy Seed, Heavenly Hound had devoured tens of millions of catacombs creatures. Heavenly Hound's method was not suitable for others. They did not have Heavenly Hound's good teeth. Heavenly Hound cultivated the devouring method. This was not something that everyone could use. Moreover, now that the catacombs respected Li Zhu as the emperor, Li Zhu would not sit back and watch. Thinking about this, Fong Ping walked in the air and broke through the 9 heavens. In the 9 heavens, Spirit Emperor stood up, a long sword appearing in his hand. It was no longer indifferent like before, but solemn. Guarding the 9 heavens, guarding the immortal source, this was trouble. Everyone knew it was trouble, otherwise there would be no need to guard. However, Fong Ping was still too fast. See area. Li Zhu appeared again, also looking up at the sky. At this moment, the sun seemed to reflect 2 figures. Li Zhu also laughed and shook his head. When he met Fong Ping, Spirit Emperor would probably cry. Even if ordinary emperors wanted to find trouble, they would not go every few days. Fong Ping, on the other hand, had only been 3 days, and he had gone again. He did not know if there would be another war today. Li Zhu laughed. All right, let Fong Ping continue to attract the firepower. The more chaotic it was, the less people would care about others. Li Zhu no longer appeared, vanishing instantly. The source. It trembled slightly. In the next moment, someone said with sympathy and ridicule, "Looks like Spirit is going to be beaten again. I wonder if he will be beaten to death." There were not many people who could say that. This was exactly what suppressing Heavenly King said. This guy, at this moment, casually soared into the sky, a huge phantom projected on the source, laughing and saying, "Fellow cultivators, is there any artifact to watch the show? It's not fun to watch the show from afar. If not, someone go to the human world and snatch that fat cat's divine peeking mirror." Someone laughed softly. In the next moment, a mirror soared into the sky, and the earthly emperor smiled faintly and said, "I don't need the divine peeking mirror. My Feng Yun treasure mirror can also see the three realms." There was a loud boom. An image appeared above the source. It was the scene near the ninth heaven immortal source. The suppressing Heavenly King glanced and said with a smile, "Hong, you have done a lot of bad things these years. This Feng Yun treasure mirror connects the three realms spirit vein and the immortal source. Are you really going to be a historian?" Taoist Feng Yun collected information about the powerhouses of the three realms. The living left their names, and the dead hid their names. In the past, he helped people collect corpses, and there were countless coffins behind him. He did not know what this guy was thinking. The earthly emperor said with a smile, "It's not bad to be a recorder of the three realms civilization." The three realms civilization disappeared, and the three realms were rebuilt. If we can unearth the Feng Yun treasure mirror, we can also restore the three realms history. There were too many experts recorded in this mirror. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, the celestial emperor's young god, the new emperor who had proven his Tao, Fang Ping who stirred up trouble, King Wu who guarded the human race, Chu Wu who fought against the heavens and earth. Here, their lives were recorded. Here, their images were left behind. The earthly sovereign smiled and said, "Say, if the three realms were to be destroyed and the heavens and earth were to be reopened, and the Book of Wind and Cloud was discovered by someone many years later, would our names be recorded in history, or would our names be infamous?" There was a sneer, an indescribable mockery. What was the mockery? No one knew. Maybe everyone knew. The first half of their lives were glorious, and the second half of their lives were dirty. This was the powerhouse of today. No one spoke anymore. On the mirror, a few figures appeared. Fang Ping seemed to have discovered something. He turned his head and glanced. The Spirit Emperor was also looking at the audience with a cold face, as if he had also discovered them. The earthly Emperor did not care. If these two could not even discover his surveillance, then they were underestimating them too much. In the mirror, the two did not break through the void and destroy the surveillance. They could do it, but they did not. In the picture, Fang Ping's voice could be heard. He said playfully, "If you think it's boring, I'll watch the show for you every day. If the Spirit Emperor doesn't find it troublesome, I'll come to play with you every day. After I kill the Spirit Emperor, I'll play with another one. I can play with you until all of you are dead." How arrogant! However, no one spoke. Some laughed, and some did not care. They only wanted to know, why did this guy Fang Ping go up to 9th heaven this time? Did he not know that even if he defeated the Spirit Emperor, the Celestial Emperor would not let him succeed? Even if the Celestial Emperor did not do anything, the Emperor would stop him. 9th heaven. Fang Ping laughed, looked at the Spirit Emperor, and said lightly, "Go play somewhere else. I'm looking at the immortal source. I've never seen it before, so I'm very curious about it. Don't provoke me or I'll beat you to death. Don't blame me for being merciless." The Spirit Emperor glared at him. Sherpo and Luan looked at each other, and then Luan could not help but curse in a low voice. If we said that, we would have been beaten to death. If Fang Ping said that, we would have just glared at him. Boom. A palm slapped. The Spirit Emperor did not want to have a conflict with Fang Ping now, but he could not stand these two bastards hitting him when he was down. "Shut up if you don't have the strength." Fang Ping's chi and blood shook, shattering the giant palm. Ignoring the Spirit Emperor's pale face, He looked at the giant immortal source and murmured, "This is the first time I've seen an immortal source. This shape is so ugly." Back then, when he first entered the catacombs, he felt that this thing was too ugly, not standard, not round enough, and had always felt uncomfortable. Now that he looked at it again, it was indeed not round. Did the God creation envoy think of a woman when he was forging it? Why is there a bulge, origin? The God creation envoy's face was pitch black. Then, he could not help but look at the immortal source in the mirror. After a long while, the more he looked, the stranger it became. He complained, "Who the f*ck did it? It seems to be protruding." It protruded a little. If he did not look closely, he would not have noticed it. After a while, someone laughed and said, "It's not that there's a bulge, it's that other places have been flattened a little. That guy did it himself. He killed too many powerhouses and broke too many great Taos. The human clan's great Tao is even stronger, but it protruded instead." As soon as he said this, the God creation envoy was relieved. He exhaled and said, "I say, he's a thief calling to catch a thief." Don't say, "I don't know if I don't say it, but once I say it, damn, how many people did this guy kill?" The surroundings are actually all bald. The great Tao of a powerhouse was very thick. If one of them was broken, how could they not be bald? The subduing heavenly king and the others chuckled meaningfully. It was bald now, but after a while, it might break. Chapter 1450. Below the Immortal Origin. Fong Ping observed the celestial origin. He was a little far away, so he did not get close. The Spirit Emperor was very vigilant, but he did not chase Fong Ping away. Fong Ping had no interest in fighting Spirit Emperor now. Even if he killed her, the others wouldn't give him the chance to destroy the celestial origin source. Moreover, he didn't even have the chance to kill Spirit Sovereign. The celestial Dharch and the others wouldn't just sit by and watch. Now that he was not strong enough, Fong Ping could not be bothered to waste his efforts. The system has a lot of energy. Blood force, mind force, destruction force, origin force, Fong Ping calculated in his mind. The system could provide him with a lot of energy. All kinds of them. As for the rest, the three great emperors could provide it. Actually, the three great emperors could provide it as well. What about the great path of surprise? No, the ambush Tao was not meant to be used like this in the beginning. It was meant for Fong Ping to observe the Tao. As long as one had enough wealth, anyone's great path could be studied and viewed. However, the great Tao of the dead was obviously not possible. There were so many great Taos and so many powerhouses. How did the system break through? Immortal Spring. If one walked on the immortal origin, there would be no restrictions. As long as an expert was trapped in the immortal origin, they would be able to enter the great Tao. Fong Ping had never broken through the Emperor's Tao. When he was dealing with the Spirit Emperor's clone, Fong Ping could not break through the other party's great Tao. Fong Ping had tried it when he was dealing with the Emperor. In the end, he entered the origin universe directly. Back then, he had thought that he wasn't strong enough, but now that he thought about it, it wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, it was that the system couldn't provide him with such an ability. The reason for that was because those great Taos were not above the immortal origin. System, it's at the immortal source. At this moment, Fong Ping was almost completely sure. After staring at the immortal source for a while, he did not see anything strange. Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly. Combat Heavenly Palace suddenly appeared in front of him. Spirit Emperor frowned slightly, not quite understanding what he was trying to do. Fong Ping could not be bothered with her and suddenly entered Combat Heavenly Palace. He once again appeared at the place where Jean often appeared. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At that moment, Fong Ping noticed something different. The Combat Heavenly Palace was indeed special. At this time, Fang Ping was standing on top of Battle Heavenly Palace's sleeping quarters. When he looked at the immortal origin again, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. There seemed to be something attached to the gigantic immortal source. However, Fang Ping clearly did not see the existence of this thing earlier. However, from the Battle Heavenly Palace they could see it from that angle. Jean did it? Fang Ping mumbled in his heart. Was it Jean's doing back then? So the others couldn't discover it at all? But Fang Ping could not help but curse in his heart. If he tried to retrieve it from the celestial source, he would definitely be attacked by the Spirit Emperor. Would the Spirit Emperor believe him if he said that he was here to take something and leave after taking it? They would definitely think that Fang Ping was going to destroy the immortal source. Fang Ping's head hurt. Could he not get it now? Fang Ping continued watching. As he watched, he suddenly felt something strange. He actually saw some other things here. He saw that there seemed to be more than just a system on the immortal source. That is, Fang Ping noticed something unusual in the bulging area. There seemed to be a thread beneath the blood vessels that was connected to something. It led to the sky, to the unknown. That's the human race's great Tao, the blood chi great Tao. That's the blood chi seed. Fang Ping was suddenly enlightened. What was going on with the combat heavenly palace? He could actually observe these things. This was the chi and blood seed stealing power, stealing control, and intercepting some control of the chi and blood great Tao. That thread should lead to Wang Ruobing's source world. Who did this? There were also traces of the existence of some threads under some of the other great Taos, but they seemed to be broken at this moment. It was caused by the three seeds shattering. The combat heavenly palace is a microscope. At this moment Fang Ping understood. He couldn't see it, others couldn't see it, but standing in the Battle Heavenly Palace, he could see it. The Battle Heavenly Arch had turned the Battle Heavenly Palace into a microscope. This was the microscopic world. Fang Ping continued to observe the immortal source. At this time, the more he looked, the more interesting it was. The paths extended upwards and eventually led to the darkness above. Is that where the Celestial Emperor is? Heavenly Emperor actually controls the entire immortal source. Something's wrong. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. Something's wrong. Fang Ping suddenly felt that something was amiss. According to his previous thoughts, the immortal source was taken by the Celestial Emperor to make up for the shortfall. But that's not right. Fang Ping adjusted the angle of the combat heavenly palace and continued to look up. He even deliberately moved closer to some of the celestial sources. The Spirit Emperor frowned but did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Fang Ping strangely. What was he doing? Something's wrong, something's wrong. Fang Ping mumbled. Something was not right. Diverted. At the very top of the immortal origin spring, it looked like a mass of blood vessels were inserted into the origin spring, but it was diverted. It was divided into several paths. The blood force Tao, the life Tao, the energy Tao, and the spirit Tao. 4 small forks appeared. This meant that these 4 paths led in different directions. Sanjiao Gate. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Immortal Source. Wasn't the immortal source used to make up for the shortfall? How was that possible? Mending the door? Sealing the door? No, Fang Ping had a headache. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, shattering the surrounding void. Without giving others a chance to look, he looked at the Spirit Emperor and said, "Let me ask you a question. You are trapped in the source, why don't you leave through the 3 doors? Can't you?" The Spirit Emperor frowned and did not say anything. Fang Ping also frowned. "You want to force me to fight you now? Even if you don't say these questions, I can still ask a few old antiques." The 3 doors seem to be real and fake. They don't really exist. The Tao fruit can't leave through the 3 doors. The Spirit Emperor frowned and said, "If it was possible, we would have completely escaped before dawn." Fang Ping said again. The God Creation Envoy said that he only forged the immortal source, but the 3 doors were not forged by him. Then who forged the 3 doors? Heavenly Emperor. The Spirit Emperor said coldly. We have to go through the 3 doors to enter the source? Yes. Then the great Tao on the immortal source is related to the 3 doors? The Spirit Emperor frowned again. The great Tao on the immortal source has to be passed through 3 doors in order to break through and prove the Tao. There were no 3 doors in the source at the beginning. Does that mean that the 4 sides are actually open? Yes. The Heavenly Emperor wanted to seal the source, so he forged 3 doors. The Spirit Emperor frowned and said, whether he forged the 3 doors or not, we can't leave from the 3 doors. At least the Tao fruit can't leave. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said quickly, let me ask another question. The 3 doors are half real and half fake. If the 3 doors are completely sealed, what will happen? When he said this, the Spirit Emperor hesitated for a moment and thought for a while before saying, no one in the 3 realms can prove to be an emperor. And if the 3 doors are sealed, it means that your Sanjiao Gate is also completely sealed and can no longer be opened. That means that you can no longer cultivate the Tao of the origin. As the Spirit Emperor spoke, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Fang Ping, slightly puzzled. Fang Ping murmured, if the 3 doors are completely sealed, no one can prove to be an emperor, no one can cultivate the origin. Fang Ping suddenly looked at the Spirit Emperor. After the 3 doors are sealed, and I mean completely sealed, does the Heavenly Emperor still need to fill in the holes? The Spirit Emperor raised his eyebrows. The 3 doors can't be sealed. They are half real and half fake. If they could, they would have been sealed a few years ago. Moreover, even if they could be sealed, the others wouldn't agree. That means that the Emperor can no longer leave the source. As she said this, she was stunned for a moment. Then, as if thinking of something, she said coldly, if no one cultivates the origin, the source will gradually shrink. Fang Ping licked his lips and laughed. His laughter was sarcastic. The Spirit Emperor's expression changed again, and he said in a low voice, the 3 doors existed to reduce the probability of martial artists self-destructing. This is because the ancient martial artists' cultivation is chaotic. Their mentality and vitality force are mixed. The 3 doors are not to block the path, but to make martial artists safer. Fang Ping laughed and said, is that so? The Heavenly Emperor said that? You think there's no problem, and it's similar to what the Heavenly Emperor said, so you built the 3 doors? The Spirit Emperor frowned again, and said after a while, there's another reason. The 3 doors haven't been built, and the source has been leaking energy. After building, the power can only enter and not leave, and the source will be more stable. This is also an important reason why we agreed back then. Otherwise, the source's power will leak and it will collapse faster. Fang Ping smiled sinisterly. I'm not asking about this. I just want to ask, if the 3 doors are half fake and half real and completely solidified, no one can prove the Emperor, and the Emperor can't go out or even be trapped and killed, will the Heavenly Emperor not have to fill in the holes? I said, that will cause the source to shrink. Yes, Fang Ping also frowned slightly. After it's completely sealed, it will cause the source to shrink. Fang Ping rubbed his forehead and thought slowly. As he thought about it, Fang Ping muttered to himself, if the 3 doors are completely sealed, will the source reunite? The Spirit Emperor looked at him and did not say a word. And Fang Ping thought of himself, after completely sealing the source, would it no longer be affected by the source? And now, if the source was completely sealed, what would happen? Reunite? Return to the appearance of the stars in the past? The martial arts of the 3 realms are destroyed, the source reunites. The power returns to the source. The source has a master. Heavenly Emperor. The 3 realms will return to the way it was 30,000 years ago. No, it's different. There are no martial artists, no powerhouses, only one Heavenly Emperor, one seed, sun god. Sun god? Fang Ping continued to talk in his sleep. The source is sealed, the power returns. Can the sun god still control those energies? What is devoured has to be returned, strength weakened. Is the sun god a match for Heavenly Emperor and the seed? Fang Ping continued to shake his head. Heavenly Emperor. Seed, these two, in his impression, had always been the most hostile. Heavenly Emperor was the seed's greatest enemy. And the seed, the one who wanted to kill the most, was actually Heavenly Emperor, and it was also the seed who lured Heavenly Emperor into the pit of the source. But what if these two worked together? Their goal was to destroy martial arts, to kill all the powerhouses of the three realms, including powerhouses like the Sun God. After that, Heavenly Emperor would become the only martial artist in the world, the only powerhouse. Qin Fengqing said that they were the thugs of the new world. Why did it have to be them? Could it not be Heavenly Emperor? What about Heavenly Emperor? In this three realms, Heavenly Emperor had the equally famous Sun God, the Divine Emperor Endo, who were slightly inferior to him, and the huge pit of the source imprisoned him. If they killed others in exchange for him becoming the guardian of the new world, would he agree? Or was the preaching 30,000 years ago really unintentional, or was it just a fake unintentional that caused countless people to fall into the pit? Fang Ping rubbed his forehead, looked at Spirit Emperor again, and suddenly smiled. Let me ask a question. When the source was destroyed, were there cracks as big as these three gates at the beginning? Spirit Emperor frowned at her. No, you probably don't know, but someone knows, Sun God. Fang Ping suddenly smiled. Sun God absorbed a lot of power from the source. Where did he absorb the power? Could it be that the area where the three gates were originally was sucked out by him? Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly stopped looking at the immortal source of ninth heaven. With a crash, the void was torn, and Fang Ping disappeared. Spirit Emperor frowned, not saying a word. He continued to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed. Not far away, Sherpo and Luan looked dull. Gone? The key was, if you left, how could they leave ninth heaven? The two of them had no way to break ninth heaven. That fatty spirit, how about sending us down? Boom. Spirit Emperor couldn't be bothered with them after slapping Sherpo away with a palm. Both of them looked sad, and then they couldn't help but curse. Of course, they were cursing Fang Ping. It was over. If Fang Ping didn't come, both of them would be trapped here. Sun City. Fang Ping arrived quickly and said hurriedly, Senior, I have something to ask. I just want to ask, when you absorbed the power of the source 30,000 years ago, was the source completely destroyed, or is there a lot of energy left around, ready to be closed again at any time? Sun God was not going to answer him, but at this time, the void suddenly trembled, and the next moment, Fang Ping appeared in the previous small world again. But this time it was not a beach, but a mountain of ice and snow. On the mountain peak, Sun God was still wearing big pants, but there was a ski under his feet, as if he was preparing to skateboard. At this moment, he asked curiously, Why do you ask this? Fang Ping couldn't care less about his appearance, and said hurriedly, Senior, can you tell me how you absorbed the energy 30,000 years ago, and what was the layout of the source at that time? Sun God frowned. As he slid down the mountain, he recalled, Let me think, 30,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, I chased after seeds everywhere, just to absorb more power. One day, heaven and earth suddenly shook, but the tremor was not big. At that time, no one in the source universe had discovered it, but I was very powerful. The others didn't find anything, but I found something different, so I tore apart heaven and earth and entered the current source universe. Sun God continued to ski, moving skillfully, and continued, Then I found the source of the broken piece. When I saw it, I felt that the power was very strong, so I ran to check the situation. At that time, the Celestial Emperor had probably just left. Anyway, I seemed to see someone just leaving, At that time, I didn't care. I went to take a look. Oh, what a strong power! When I saw it, I felt that there was no danger, so I started to absorb it. How did you absorb it? Fong Ping asked hurriedly. Sun God smiled and said, How did you absorb it? The power in the center seemed to have been taken away by the Celestial Emperor, and it was empty. Of course, I absorbed it in all directions, and when I couldn't absorb anymore, I ran away. Fong Ping licked his lips and said, The empty area caused by the energy you absorbed, is it where the portal is today? It's where the portal is, and also where those broken paths are. Sun God chuckled and said, I absorbed a lot and sucked the surroundings empty, so the path was broken, and the empty area where the portal is appeared. Fong Ping continued, If you don't absorb that energy, what will happen? What will happen? Sun God thought for a moment, then smiled and said, There should be many people who can set foot on the great Tao of the origin, easily prove their Tao, enter the source, and become emperors. I think, if I don't absorb it, almost all beginner martial artists can do it, and the repulsive force shouldn't be that strong. That's why I said that I'm the savior. Without me, wouldn't they have stepped into the source and become emperors? Fist Dark, these guys can prove their Tao. Saber God, Sword God, Martial God are all the same. Fong Ping felt a little thirsty. Looking at the old man in front of him, he suddenly said in a low voice, Senior, if everyone enters the source and you don't absorb that energy, can that energy envelop the entire source again? It can, right? Sun God thought for a moment and said, It should be possible. At that time, the energy was very strong. There was no energy in the central area, and the surrounding energy was very rich. If not for that, I wouldn't have been able to contend with Heavenly Emperor. As he said that, Sun God frowned slightly. He suddenly looked at Fong Ping and frowned. What do you mean? Senior, have you ever thought that the appearance of the source 30,000 years ago and the appearance of that star was actually not accidentally discovered by Heavenly Emperor? Sun God frowned slightly. 30,000 years ago, Senior has been chasing after the seed, but Senior didn't find the source. Instead, it was discovered by Heavenly Emperor. Fong Ping thought for a moment and said, Who was the strongest among the beginner martial artists back then? Heavenly Emperor or you, Senior? Sun God sneered. Heavenly Emperor? He's stronger than me? What a joke. In terms of strength back then, I was ranked first. This world almost became the world of the living. It's not the three realms. This was not the first time he had said this. It was not Sun God who had said it, but a few powerhouses who had said that this world almost became the world of the living instead of the three realms. Sun God continued, That guy, Heavenly Emperor, was also very strong back then. If there was a ranking list in the top 10, Heavenly Emperor, Cheong, Hao, Do Wu would probably be in the top 10. That guy, Heavenly Emperor, was not too far away from the others. There was still a gap between him and me. Sun God said proudly, I'm the one who chased after the seed. Would Heavenly Emperor dare? In the three realms, only I would dare. Unfortunately, this Birdman was the first to discover the source. He devoured more power than me, so he caught up later. Fong Ping's gaze changed. If Senior hadn't accidentally discovered the source and allowed Heavenly Emperor to pass on his teachings, would Senior have walked on the path of origin? Of course. Sun God laughed. Who's afraid of not being strong enough? Then Senior walked on the path of origin, and other beginner powerhouses also walked on the path of origin one after another. What would happen if the surrounding power sealed the source? Sun God raised his eyebrows and continued to ski. After thinking for a while, he said, We were trapped in the source. The Tao fruit was rooted in the source, just like the current emperor. No, it was even more difficult, because at that time we really couldn't get out, and the origin accounted for most of the power. Fong Ping continued, I'll ask another question, Senior. How many beginner martial arts powerhouses were there in total? When I say powerhouses, I'm talking about heavenly king realm and above. Moreover, they're the kind who have at least the strength to break 8. It had been too long. Sun God had almost forgotten, but now he began to recall. Fang Ping reminded him. How many powerhouses with the power to break 8 were there in less than 3 years before and after the source was destroyed? Don't keep asking, kid. It's been tens of thousands of years. I'm thinking. Heavenly Emperor Do, how? He calculated one by one. Many people had died over the years. Just how many supreme experts had the power to break through 8 levels in the past? There were many beginner powerhouses, but they were killed one after another in the later stages. For example, Fire God, Martial God, Saber God, Sword God, and Fist God, who was killed not long ago. 35, 36, 37? Sun God recalled for a while and murmured, including that kid in town, it should be 37, right? That kid broke peak 7 back then and almost broke 8, but he was also considered a top-notch powerhouse. He could also fight with those who broke 8. That's 37. Yes, it should be 37. Fang Ping said faintly, excluding Heavenly Emperor, how many are there? Nonsense, Sun God cursed. Then, his cheeks moved and he bared his teeth. 36. What about the source? Fang Ping's voice was faint. Sun God raised his eyebrows and said gloomily, 36 levels of heaven. Did Heavenly Emperor have the ability to destroy martial arts back then? Nonsense, of course not. If he dares to mention it, if we don't kill him, how can he have the ability to do this? What if the origin prevails and all 36 top-notch powerhouses fall into the trap? Kill them all in one fell swoop? Sun God's eyes suddenly turned cold. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Fang Ping, narrowed his eyes and said, You mean, that guy wants to kill all the powerhouses in the 3 realms and then destroy martial arts? Why did he, as he said that, Sun God murmured, they're all second. In the 3 realms, they're not as good as me. They're not even as good as Seed. Actually, they're the 3rd. After destroying the others, Seed doesn't care, and he can be the boss, Fang Ping said solemnly. If Senior didn't accidentally discover that place and absorb that power, causing the source to be unable to be sealed, and then accidents happened, then the others would have successfully embarked on the path of origin and become emperors, and then be trapped in the source. The powerhouses of the 3 realms would have been wiped out in one fell swoop. What kind of result would that be? The source was created by Seed. Why didn't Senior find Seed when he was chasing after it, but Heavenly Emperor found it instead? Isn't it the same who is baited? If it's Heavenly Emperor, why can't it be Senior? Senior is the strongest powerhouse in the 3 realms. Logically speaking, it's more appropriate to bait Senior. The corner of Sun God's mouth twitched, and he said embarrassedly, that. I don't really like to preach, so I only have this one disciple. That guy Heavenly Emperor likes to preach, anyway, he's more enthusiastic than me. So, Fang Ping laughed. I understand. Senior is more selfish, the kind that runs away after swallowing the power, right? T, what do you mean by selfish? Sun God was not convinced, and said angrily, Do you know how to talk? If you don't, then talk less. Fang Ping was too lazy to answer. At this moment, he chuckled. So, what happened 30,000 years ago was not an accident at all. Heavenly Emperor and Seed had long reached an agreement to catch all the beginner powerhouses in one fell swoop, including Senior. Who would have thought something unexpected happened? The power that was used to trap people was completely absorbed by Senior in one go. Even if Seed wanted to create this source and give so much power, I'm afraid it would consume a lot of energy, and he might not be able to do it a second time. Therefore, there were some loopholes in the source. As a result, some people couldn't set foot on the source, and the number of emperors was greatly reduced, but the difficulty was also greatly increased. As a result, in the end, Only 9 people proved their Tao and became emperors, and a few of them were not beginner powerhouses, but powerhouses who rose later. The source can't be sealed. Powerhouses like Senior can still escape, including Emperor God and a few others. If they really harden their hearts to run away and give up some things, can they also escape? The previous plan to trap and kill the powerhouses of the 3 realms was ruined. What should we do? Then let's start the battle of the Great Tao. 1 death counts, and so, beginner Marshall was defeated. Many experts have died. Most of the remaining have lost their origin source. But it's still not enough. 10,000 years ago, Heavenly Emperor felt that this could not go on. The difficulty of destroying martial arts in the 3 realms was very high, and he might not be able to deal with you and the 9 emperors alone. Therefore, he thought of the trap and kill plan from back then again. The source still needs to be completely sealed, and we'll talk about it after killing the 9 emperors. After that, we'll seal the source again. He has become stronger, and the energy that Senior absorbed back then may be extracted after the source is reassembled. When that time comes, will Senior be a match for Heavenly Emperor? Fong Ping laughed. When that time comes, will Senior die, won't he? Yang Shin raised an eyebrow. What did you discover, kid? The problem with the immortal source. Fong Ping frowned. The power of the immortal source doesn't seem to lead to the crack that Heavenly Emperor is suppressing, but to 3 gates. Or rather, 4 gates. I think that the immortal source matures not to suppress the crack, but to strengthen the gate and seal it completely. Yang Shin frowned. How can that be? I've seen the crack. It's very big and he needs to consume a lot of energy to suppress it. What if the seed is willing to help him suppress it? Yang Shin raised an eyebrow. Then the seed will directly help him seal the gate. Then the movement will be too big. Will Senior not notice it? Will Senior continue to watch the show like now? Nonsense, of course not. If the seed dares to seal the gate, I've long noticed that something is wrong. I'll just hack Heavenly Emperor to death. Isn't that right? But the seed is helping Heavenly Emperor suppress the crack, or rather, the crack that doesn't exist at all. It's just an illusion. After all, it was created by the seed. Heavenly Emperor is just deliberately suppressing the so-called crack. Yang Shen's expression changed. You mean, he has actually joined forces with the seed a long time ago? 30,000 years ago. He and the seed reached an agreement to destroy martial arts and kill all those powerhouses. Unfortunately, I ruined it, causing the plan to fail. That's why today's scene happened. The immortal source is used to strengthen the gate that I destroyed back then, and not to fill his own hole? Fong Ping smiled and said, I don't know. I just want to ask Senior, is it possible? Yang Shin was no longer skiing. At this moment, as soon as he stepped on the ground, the place changed. It turned into a volcano. Yang Shin frowned. Wearing big underpants, he suddenly jumped into the volcano and started swimming. As he swam, he cursed, "No way? This guy doesn't seem like such a person." 30,000 years ago, he was a good person, a pioneer of preaching. How could this guy be so vicious? He and Heavenly Emperor were like enemies and friends. In fact, he had never targeted Heavenly Emperor. Over the years, Heavenly Emperor had ruined his plans several times. In the past, the small world that he had nurtured was also destroyed by Heavenly Emperor. Yang Shen swam in the magma, frowning. 30,000 years ago, there was some chaos. The heaven division that he was in was destroyed by an unintentional battle. He was very angry. At that time, he went out and was not in the heaven division. When he came back, there were only a few people left in the heaven division. Although he was angry, he didn't say anything. Who destroyed the heaven division back then? Yang Shin recalled. It was a long, long time ago. He had almost forgotten. Who? Martial God? Yang Shin murmured. Was it Martial God? Who did Martial God fight with? Sword God? Really? Probably. Both of them died. How did they die? One was when Cheong absorbed the power and died after he went back. The other was when he fought with Hao and then he was suddenly killed. Hao was feared by the powerhouses of the three realms. If he hadn't achieved Dao, he would have killed him. As for Fong Ping, his eyes moved slightly. Dong Wang said that it was an accident that he killed Sword God. He didn't want to kill Sword God. Of course, no one believed him. The look in Yang Shen's eyes changed completely. F***ck, it can't be. Could it be that this old guy secretly did something? Did he let these two take the blame? It's really possible. At this moment, Yang Shen was no longer indifferent. The old friend in his eyes seemed to be completely different from what he had imagined. All these years they had been like enemies and friends. He had never thought of dealing with that guy, but now? Or it seemed that something was wrong. There were many things that he had never thought about before and did not care about. However, now that it had been stirred up by someone, connected one by one, and gathered together countless clues, it suddenly made him have an unusual thought. Did Heavenly Emperor really F***king cooperate with Seed? Chapter 1451. In the magma. The Yang God was swimming. He did not even take off his pants. He did not know if the Yang God was too strong or if the pants were a treasure. That old thing and the Seed have joined forces. If that's the case, some things can be explained. Immortal Source, the Yang God muttered to himself, I understand now. That guy is not trying to destroy the three realms, but to destroy martial arts. The Immortal Source kills martial artists. Ordinary people will not be implicated. They will only break their martial arts path. Without the Immortal Source, if the Seed no longer emits energy and the Source is completely sealed, the three realms will become a world without energy. Without energy, they can't cultivate. Martial arts will naturally be destroyed. In this way, a group of ordinary people can survive, and the Seed can continue to maintain its intelligence. As he spoke, the Yang God suddenly jumped up, looked at Fong Ping, raised his eyebrows and said, Kid, isn't this in line with your purpose? It's just destroying martial arts. Now that the people who cultivate martial arts are dead, mortals can no longer cultivate martial arts. Even if they can only reach rank 5 or 6 at most. Without energy, I'm afraid it's impossible to cultivate to this point. I think it's pretty good. You'll be killed. Fong Ping laughed. The Yang God sneered, Don't talk about me. I'm asking you, why did you come to me when you discovered this? Fong Ping paused for a moment and sighed softly, Actually. The world created by Celestial Emperor and the Seed is not bad, but my teacher, my friends, my brothers, they are all above rank 7. They are all targets to be killed. I want to destroy martial arts, but I don't want to do it in this way. Celestial Emperor wanted to destroy martial arts. The Seed wanted to destroy martial arts. Actually, it was somewhat similar to what Fong Ping thought. However, it was still different. The goal of Celestial Emperor and the Seed was to directly kill all the powerhouses in the three realms. All of them. Above rank 6, perhaps only Celestial Emperor could survive. As for how the Seed discussed with Celestial Emperor, whether Celestial Emperor had a guarantee, Fong Ping did not know. However, Celestial Emperor was not stupid. He must have some confidence. Destroying martial arts in the process of killing all powerhouses was not something Fong Ping could bear. Of course, if the human race was excluded, Fong Ping would not feel guilty. If they were destroyed, then so be it. Although the catacombs had more than 100 million martial artists above rank 6. Yang Shen curled his lip. So what you said about martial destruction is just nonsense. Fong Ping was suddenly stunned. He raised his eyebrows and looked at him. He had only told a few people about this. The matter of annihilating the martial arts was actually just a casual remark. The one who understood the most should be the God creation envoy. How did this old man know? The Yang spirit was too lazy to explain. His figure moved again, and the world changed. He returned to the previous beach. At this moment, Yang Shin leaned on the beach chair and continued to drink coconut milk. While shouting, he said, "Brat, you're telling me all this because you want me to be your helper?" Yang Shin said playfully, "Do you think I'll be a thug? I didn't think about this before, so I couldn't be bothered to care about it. Now that I know, the celestial Dharch can't do anything to me." Yang Shen said it indifferently, as if it was the truth. "He wants to take away the energy I absorbed back then, but it's actually very difficult. He needs to completely reform the origin star. Only then will my power be separated." As he spoke, the Yang god narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "But, a lot of things are needed to reassemble the source star. People who have absorbed the energy of the source ground, people who have absorbed starstones like you, and the trash can in the source ground, that cat, and the power absorbed by the three realms source path martial artists, and the energy absorbed by the three emperors back then, including cutting off their paths and completely sealing the source ground." Yang Shin said lazily, "This is the only way to deal with you guys. After that, he will attack me, take back my power, and reform the source star. As long as one of them can't be completed, he won't be able to take away my power." I thought about it for a long time. I suddenly realized that as long as I control a few people, he won't be able to completely seal it, such as the reincarnation of the three emperors. Fang Ping frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Since the reincarnation of the three emperors is so important, why didn't the celestial Dharch control them?" At this moment, he completely understood how important the reincarnation of the three emperors was. These three powerhouses were very special. Back then, they did not enter the source ground through the area where the portal was located. Instead, they directly cut through the source ground from other areas and stepped into the source ground. Therefore, after these three became supreme emperors, they were very strong. And now, if some powerhouses entered the source ground through a door, their strength was actually average, and they could only break through 9. The Tao of the three emperors also seemed to be beyond the celestial Thearcha's expectations. Why didn't the celestial Dharch attack the three emperors' reincarnation? As for Tianchun, Fang Ping actually felt that there was not much hope. Did the celestial Dharch pin his hopes on Tianchun? Yang Shen sneered. "Is it useful to attack the three emperors' reincarnation? They are walking the three emperors' Tao, but when they die, this Tao is still there. It's just like when the three emperors are dead, their Tao is still there. It's not like killing them can solve it." Yang Shen was disdainful. Fang Ping's IQ was not high. "So, killing the three emperors' reincarnation is useless." Yang Shen yawned and said, "First, the three emperors exposed the specific location of the Tao, and the celestial Dharch found the location and broke it directly. Second, these three guys took the initiative to open up the Tao so they can also find the Tao. Third, these three guys have proven their Tao through the current fake Tao. When all three Taos enter the source ground and condense Tao fruits, they will also expose the true location of the Tao." The Yang god knew this very well. He laughed and said, "In fact, the celestial emperor has been doing this all the time. Haven't you noticed? If they started cultivating fake Tao, they might be able to verify their Tao. Once they verified their Tao, their true Tao would definitely be discovered. As for exposing his location, he might have secretly sent people to negotiate with you, asking you to open the great Tao and let them in this way, we will naturally be exposed." There was a strange look in Fang Ping's eyes. It was true. Previously, he thought that it was the emperors who had secretly contacted Yao Qingjun, and that it was the emperors who opposed the celestial emperor, but now why couldn't it be the emperors who supported the celestial emperor, or even the celestial emperor himself? Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "How did the three emperors manage to break open another path and enter the source?" Logically speaking, after what happened to Senior, the Celestial Emperor should be very vigilant. How did they manage to find an opportunity? Yang Xin yawned and said casually, "That's why they're in the extreme Tao, but you're not. Only by being able to do what others couldn't do could one become stronger. Otherwise, how could a Ji Dao cultivator fight an emperor? They didn't even have Dao fruits, so how could they be so powerful? Don't ask others why they could do it. Others want to ask you, how could you be so strong in 3 years?" Yang Xin disdained to answer this question. If everyone could do it, wouldn't it mean that Ji Dao was everywhere? If it was so simple, why was Ji Dao special? Why could they become Ji Dao venerable emperors and war emperors? Also, do you know why they're called Ji Dao venerable emperors? Fang Ping frowned and didn't say anything. Yang Xin drank coconut milk and said vaguely, "The Great Tao is below 100,000 meters and above 10,000 meters. It's the range of venerable emperors. The reason why they're called Ji Dao venerable emperors is that these guys haven't actually walked a long path. If you don't believe me, you can take the path of those 3 people and see. The final true path should be less than 100,000 meters." Fang Ping hesitated and said, "Senior, you mean, behind the gate of void is where their true path is?" Yang Xin chuckled and said, "Ordinary people can't find it at all. Except for them, only those who have walked to the gate of void can find it. In other words, even if the immortal source controls their false path, they can't find the true path. When you came out of the source before, you walked Wang Jinyang's true path, so in fact, there are still people who know where their great Tao is. At least they know where Zhan's great Tao is. It's you can find it. Besides, the 3 emperors trust you very much. If you really want to follow their path to enter the source or leave the source, they will agree. Or if you simply want to explore their great Tao, they will agree." Fang Ping frowned and did not say a word. Yang Xin continued to drink coconut milk. After a while, he said, "It's true that you were created by those brats, but Celestial Emperor and the others didn't kill you. They even let you go and forced you. I'm afraid they still have some ulterior motives." Yang Xin exhaled and said slowly, "He also put in a lot of effort. Kid, have you ever thought of cutting off the 3 emperors' Tao and gathering it in your body?" Fang Ping's pupils shrank slightly. He had really thought about it. "Do you think that you can still prove your Tao because you haven't closed the 3 gates?" Fang Ping was silent. Yes, he had thought about it. He even thought about seizing control of the source. "That old man has even calculated your thoughts." Yang Xin sneered and said, "Once you cut off the 3 emperors' Tao, let's not talk about how big the commotion will be. Whether he can find the great Tao or not, even if you cut off 3 Tao, he will definitely enter the source and want to seize the power. It's scary if he can't find it. If he finds it, can you fight him? At this point, the 3 emperors' Tao will be discovered and completely cut off." Fang Ping's voice was a little hoarse. "So, Celestial Emperor deliberately didn't kill me? But he wants to force me into a dead end?" "That's right." Yang Xin smiled faintly and said, "Besides, why would he want to kill you? You helped him do what he wanted to do. Why would he want to kill you? You killed the catacombs martial artists, the ancient martial artists, the emperors. Which one of them didn't help him complete the hope of annihilating martial arts? At the end, he will kill you. It will save him a lot of trouble. Don't tell me you can match him?" Fang Ping frowned. The sun god said again, "If he's really working with the seeds, then he might know that you were created by Zhan and the others. Maybe he's been waiting for you all this time. You can use your strength to fight your own. It's just nice. How much trouble will it save him?" Yang Xin laughed and said, "Zhan, they may not be plotting against you. That old guy may be using your power to accomplish something. Furthermore, you can take advantage of the situation. He doesn't have to do anything. All he has to do is sit and wait for you to do the work." Fang Ping's gaze was icy cold. The owner of the system, Heavenly Emperor Zhan, was dead. He did not have the time and energy to plot against Fang Ping. However, that person might really be borrowing power. He might not have known what Heaven Larch Zhan had done, but now that the seed knew, Heaven Larch might know. The young god smiled again and said, I was a little confused before. The 3 emperors have revived and the Great Way has reappeared. Why is the seed so excited? Now I understand. Boy, if it cooperates with the Celestial Emperor, then it has a reason. The 3 emperors have revived, and the seed also wants to find the Great Tao. No. Yang Xin was stunned for a moment. Damn, since Zhan can calculate this, could it be that this guy has already discovered this? Zhan had foreseen the revival of their Daos and the emergence of the seeds. That was why he borrowed power. He borrowed the young god's power and the seed's power to release Fang Ping. Could it be that Zhan already knew all this? Fang Ping also suspected that Zhan might really know. Otherwise, why would he find a different immortal source in Heavenly Battle Palace? Since he could guess it, Zhan had been observing all this time. He might have guessed it long ago. If that was the case, why didn't Zhan tell the 9 emperors about this himself? Woo-woo, Fang Ping murmured. Zhan actually looked forward to such a world. Could it be that he was conflicted? Because the existence of the 9 emperors was indeed a big problem. On one hand, he was conflicted because the 9 emperors was his teacher and his good friend. On the other hand, he did not want a large number of powerhouses to be born and cause countless killings. That was why he was caught in a dilemma? Fang Ping was conflicted at this moment. He now realized that Zhan's suicide might contain a lot of things, including escaping everything. Maybe Zhan was tired of it, but he was afraid to see the final scene of no martial arts. He also hoped that this scene would happen. That was why in the midst of his struggle, he chose to die without fighting? Bastard scholars are so annoying! Fang Ping suddenly scolded. He was also a scholar and a martial artist, but Zhan, this kind of scholar whose thoughts were so complicated that he could not sense them, was the most troublesome. This time Yang Xin echoed, nodded and said, That's right, scholars are so annoying. Zhan will die if he doesn't die. If he doesn't, I want to kill him too. Fang Ping asked in surprise, Why did you kill him? Zhan didn't offend you, did he? Yang Xin rolled his eyes and said angrily, If he found out but didn't tell me, doesn't that mean that he actually wants to kill me? Why not kill this kind of person? Fang Ping curled his lips and said casually, If you want to destroy martial arts, of course you have to kill powerhouses. How normal is that? If you want to destroy martial arts, Yang Xin couldn't avoid it. Therefore, Yang Xin had to die. Fang Ping suddenly said, Right, the seed seems to be recovering the power of beginners. Recovering? Yang Xin murmured, nodded slightly and said, It's normal. If it's to destroy martial arts, it's normal to recover power. But now the power of the 3 realms comes from it. I haven't seen it recover other people's power or beginners. After thinking for a while, Yang Xin said, Maybe the first batch of power is a little different from the later ones. The origin can be recovered through the source, but the beginners can't. It can either be killed or forcibly recovered. Yang Xin thought for a while and suddenly said, Maybe there are other factors. Yang Xin suddenly stood up, paced around for a while, and murmured, Actually, the seed can't take the initiative to kill people, but it's the source of power of the 3 realms. I've been thinking about what limits it from taking the initiative to kill people. Could it be related to the power given to beginners by the first bat? Yang Xin murmured to himself, There's this possibility. Maybe the first batch of power it gave to beginners was mixed with something that limited it. It created the source to recover these powers. 36 levels of heaven, 36 powerhouses that were given power by it. That old guy Celestial Emperor might also be its target for recovery. Cooperating with the seed is like asking a tiger for its skin. But that guy should know what he's thinking. Or, that old guy Celestial Emperor, the power of the beginners was actually taken away back then? Thinking of this, Yang Shen's eyes moved slightly. Maybe there aren't many people left. Dark, heavenly arm, Huan. Huan actually broke through 8 later. In fact, the only beginners alive now who have received the seed's power are Heavenly Arm and Dark. The others, including Qiong, have already fallen into the source. If the seed recovers its power, it will only look for these 2 people. Fang Ping frowned. Qin Fengqing had indeed gone to look for Heavenly Arm before, but it seemed that he did not make a move. Were Dark God and Heavenly Arm also the seed's targets? Yang Shen exhaled and quickly smiled. Whatever the seed, some of my power is also given by it back then. If it doesn't take back my power, it'll still be the same. After he said this, Fang Ping laughed. Senior, you're actually in more danger than I am now. Celestial Emperor wants to kill you and take away the power of the source. The seed wants to kill you and take away the power given to you during the beginner's era. The seed and Celestial Emperor actually want to kill you. Maybe in their eyes we're just incidental. Their real target is actually you, Senior. Who asked you to be so strong that you're almost turning the 3 realms into the world of the living. That makes sense. Yang Shen also sighed. This person is too strong. There's no other way. He's so outstanding that everyone is jealous of him. Even the seed is jealous of me. What can I do? Fang Ping was speechless. How thick-skinned. But then again, he was almost the same as me. Of course, this old fellow was really qualified to say that. An invincible powerhouse who almost dominated the 3 realms. Senior, aren't you worried at all? Of course I am. Yang Shen sucked the coconut dry in one gulp, threw the coconut shell away, and said angrily, I didn't do anything. How dare you plot against me? You don't want to live. He was aggressive. Fang Ping was secretly pleased. This was great. He had finally pulled an invincible powerhouse to attack together. Unexpectedly, after he was done being angry, Yang Shen suddenly sat down and continued to pick up a coconut to drink. He said weakly, but I don't want to move now. Actually, it's quite fun here. Celestial Emperor borrows force to fight force. I can do it too. Jean doesn't want to do it himself. I don't want to move either. Jean chose you. Celestial Emperor is also watching you. You're also related to the seed. Interesting, interesting. As he said that, Yang Shen looked at Fang Ping and chuckled. You don't want to sit and wait for death either. That's good, that's good. How about this? If you don't want to die, and you don't want your whole family to die, then you must go and fight. You go and kill some people first. In the end, when you're beaten to death, I'll see if there's anyone else that can be used. It's best if you don't do it yourself. It's too troublesome. Fang Ping was stunned. What kind of theory was this? Someone had come knocking on his door and wanted to kill him. Yet, he found it troublesome and was unwilling to do it? Yang Shen glared at him. What do you know? There are only 3 invincible powerhouses like us in the entire 3 realms. I, Celestial Emperor, and the Seed. Those 2 don't do it themselves. You want me to do it myself? Where can I put my old face? I don't want my face. They have subordinates to do the work, but I don't? Isn't the town at the source? Aren't you still alive? You guys fight with their subordinates first. Kill their subordinates or their subordinates kill you. When that time comes, it'll be our turn. If you want me to do it now, won't I lose face for nothing? Fang Ping was stunned again. You want to be the finale? The point is, when did I become your subordinate? But what Yang Shen said seemed to be right. Could he not fight back and resist? If his subordinates fought, of course, his subordinates would fight. There seemed to be nothing wrong with this. Fang Ping was in a daze. Why did this old fellow feel like he was even lazier than that cat? Kid, don't slander me. This is the prestige of a powerhouse. Yang Shen seemed to know what he was thinking. He sneered and said lazily, "All right, I know what's going on. You should go. Don't come to me if there's nothing else. When it's time to make a move, I'll naturally make a move. You guys can solve your own problems. You don't have to worry about the big shots like us." That attitude, that tone, made Fong Ping want to kill him. Was this guy really the powerhouse who was worried about the human race? Fong Ping remembered that in the video recorded by Heavenly Wood, this guy still wanted the subduing king to protect the human race. Since you don't care about the life and death of the human race, why did you ask the subduing king to protect the human race back then? Yang Shen yawned and said, "Nonsense. When I stay in the human world, people come to sweep every day, again and again. Don't you find it troublesome? It's fine if it's a powerhouse, but even small fries come. As a big shot, do I have to step on those ants myself every time? I ask him to guard the gate. If there are small ants, he can step on them. If he really can't kill them, then I'll come out and send them away." Yang Shen's expression was one of surprise. He said casually, "That guy Zhen was like a bird back then. He was arrogant and unruly. If others praised him a little, he would go to heaven. He didn't walk the path of beginner martial arts, but he insisted on walking the path of combining two paths. I'll flatter him a little and praise him a little. Then I'll send him to the human world to guard the gate for me and hone his temper. It's not bad. This guy just lacks the cruel beating of society. After 8,000 years, he's been beaten by society many times. Isn't he obedient now?" Fong Ping's mouth opened wide. He was suddenly a little speechless. These words are actually suitable for you. It seemed that this old guy really did not deviate from the three realms. He even said that he lacked the cruel beating of society. He wondered how Heavenly King Zhen felt after hearing this. Yang Shen was a little impatient. "All right, you can go now. Do you want to take away the power left by the three emperors? Did you discover the problem with the immortal source? At the immortal source?" He seemed to have guessed this. He yawned and said, "I know, you can go and grab it yourself. The spirit is guarding. You can leave after you grab it. I'm too lazy to come out. However, those people have to go through the three gates to attack. When the time comes, I'll shake heaven and earth. The moment the three gates shake, you can run by yourself. There's no need for me to do anything. As long as the immortal source isn't damaged, they won't bother to chase after you. Just delay them for a while. The rest is up to you." He could shake the origin and the three gate, because he was the one who absorbed the power of these areas back then. The old guy's power was terrifying. Naturally, he could stop those people for a moment. Fong Ping did not get his promise to help fight against the Celestial Emperor, but it was not without gain. Yang Shen had also said that when the big shots made a move, he would naturally come out. Obviously, the big shots he was talking about were the Celestial Emperor and the Seeds. Fong Ping had a plan. What he had to do now was to deal with the Emperor God and his group. The key was that this group of people was not easy to deal with. The old guy is so arrogant. Fong Ping cursed in his heart. Just you wait and see. Sooner or later, he would let you know what it was like to be beaten by society. However, Fong Ping was still satisfied. The difficulty of seizing the system's main body had been greatly reduced. Other than Spirit Emperor, other people would probably be stopped if they intervened. This was an opportunity. This time, he did not come in vain. He had also unearthed the truth of these 30,000 years. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.